There's something you've always felt but could never explain. A friction in the fabric. A noise beneath the noise. A timing that was off, but only by milliseconds. Just enough to keep you questioning your sanity, but not enough to give you evidence. You see it in moments when reality almost splits. When someone says something they shouldn't know. When a door closes that was never open. When a stranger looks at you like they've met you before, but you haven't. Not in this version. There are no coincidences. There is only collapse. And most people do it too early. You were taught to mistake collapse for control. You were trained to call reduction clarity. You were programmed to observe at the exact moment you should have let the wave continue. Because coherence is dangerous in a world addicted to control. Because staying open is unstable. Because maintaining possibility makes you unpredictable. And unpredictability makes you ungovernable. But here's the leak. Quantum coherence isn't a theory. It's a state of being. And when you hold it long enough, the universe doesn't just reflect you. It rearranges around you. Every law bends. Every constant slips. Probability shivers. The field listens. And reality stops pretending it isn't personal. You've been bleeding energy trying to collapse into lives that aren't yours. Into timelines that were never written in your frequency. Into identities shaped by memory, but not by truth. You've been observing your life into limitation. Because no one told you. Observation isn't passive. It's the final act of creation. Once you observe, the waveform dies. The door closes. The infinite becomes finite. You settle. And that moment, that flicker of certainty, isn't clarity. It's entrapment. Now ask yourself, if the moment is infinite, why are you always running out of time? That's not a metaphor. It's a signal. You've been intersecting with a stream of time that was rigged to expire. Not because you're broken, but because you're coherent. And coherence in a fragmented system is read as a threat. You were never meant to survive here as you are. You were meant to fracture. Forget. Fold in on yourself. You were meant to absorb programming until your truth sounded insane even to you. But something inside of you didn't collapse. Something held. A frequency. A memory you can't quite access, but feel everywhere. In your misalignment. In your longing. In the silence between your thoughts. And now, that memory is activating. This series isn't a lesson. It's a breach. Each chapter is a key designed to undo what was done. To deprogram the programs you thought were you. You won't be taught. You'll be remembered. Because you're not here to collapse the wave. You're here to ride it. And when you do, everything changes. Your body will recognize it before your mind agrees. You'll feel the crackle of field interference. You'll hear synchronicities sharpening. You'll notice how people around you glitch, flinch, and fade. Not because you're becoming someone else, but because you're becoming someone you've always been. This is not manifestation. This is not mindset. This is quantum architecture. This is the reconstruction of perception at the blueprint level. And here's the twist. You already know how to do it. You were just taught to forget. This is the reactivation. You've always felt off script. This is why. You've always suspected there was something watching you back. There is. You've always had visions of a life that made no logical sense, but felt truer than anything you've ever lived. That wasn't imagination. That was bleed-through. You are the anomaly the system was built to suppress. You are the signal the program couldn't erase. You are the coherent node in a collapsing grid. And coherence is contagious. That's why this starts now. Not because you're ready, but because you never stopped being. Every transmission from this point forward will destabilize what you thought was you. You will lose things, but only things that were never truly yours. You will feel exposed, but only to yourself. You will remember, but only what you swore you'd never forget again. So stay open. Don't observe too soon. Don't decide what this is. Let the wave carry you. Because once you observe, it collapses. But if you wait, if you hold, the universe rearranges, and the shift begins. If the moment is infinite, why are you always running out of time? You've noticed the loop. You don't call it that, but it's there. The repetition of certain emotions, the reappearance of certain people, the uncanny timing of events that feel engineered. You tell yourself it's habit, conditioning, Trauma cycles. But that explanation doesn't hold when it happens again. In a different city, with a different person, in a different context. And yet, the emotional fingerprint is identical. It's the same feeling, the same fracture, the same end. You're not repeating behavior. You're stuck in a loop. Not metaphorically, quantumly. Because time isn't linear. It's positional. And you've been positioned at the same temporal coordinate over and over. You call it failure. The field calls it the temporal pin. A pin is a fixed point in a multidimensional grid. It holds a state. It fixes a moment. You got pinned. The moment you observed. That breakup. That betrayal. That moment you made meaning of pain. You observed it. You said, "This is who I am now." You said, "This is what love means." You said, "This is what always happens." And the wave collapsed. Infinite options dissolved. One timeline locked in. You didn't just experience that moment, you measured it. And in quantum law, measurement is creation. So now reality loops. Not because you're stuck, but because you haven't observed differently. Because the field is waiting for a new measurement, but you keep repeating the old one. The anchor isn't the event. It's the interpretation. That's the pin. That's the lock. So let's anchor this in physics. In quantum mechanics, a particle exists in all states until observed. Once measured, it collapses into a single position. But here's the glitch no one talks about. The measurement becomes part of the particle's history. Not the event. Not the truth. The observation becomes the fact. And if your subconscious is always observing through the same trauma lens, keeps collapsing the same particle, the same partner, the same sabotage. You keep meeting different people, but you collapse them into the same archetype. You keep starting new projects, but collapse them into the same dead ends. You keep healing only to collapse into the same wound again. Because your observer is out of date. You've been measuring reality with a ruler shaped by pain. But here's the mechanism. Every thought, every emotion, every belief acts like a measuring device. You're not just perceiving reality. You're installing it. And that installation repeats until you stop observing with the same tools. This is where psychology mirrors quantum law. The subconscious doesn't follow time. It follows intensity. The more emotionally charged an event, the deeper the pin. You've been emotionally pinned. And so your brain, your nervous system keeps recreating conditions around that pin. So it can resolve it. But every time it recreates the loop, you collapse it again with the same meaning, which pins you deeper. So how do you undo it? You stop measuring from pain. You stop collapsing the wave with fear. You stop assigning meaning that matches your past. You step into the same moment, and you observe it differently. It's not about thinking positive. It's about changing the observer. You can't lie to the quantum field, but you can reconfigure your instruments. This is the practice. Step 1. Identify the repeating loop. Don't argue with it. Just recognize it. Step 2. Notice what meaning you keep assigning to it. That's your observer bias. Step 3. Pause. Don't collapse. Stay in the discomfort of not knowing. This is where coherence builds. Step 4. Observe the same moment again without measurement. Let possibility exist. This moment could be anything, but only if you don't name it too soon. This is how you generate coherence. Coherence is not just staying present. The staying uncommitted to collapse. That's what the ancient mystics did. That's what advanced quantum systems mimic. They hold the wave. They allow all options to remain available, just long enough for the field to rearrange. And when it does, time bends, reality shifts, the loop breaks, because the pin only exists when you believe the measurement. Here's your empowering insight. You are not in a loop. You are in a holding pattern, waiting for you to see differently. The moment you do, you collapse a new outcome, and reality follows. You are not broken. You were misinterpreted. You didn't fail. You measured too soon. Now that you've uncovered this, next we will decode the most terrifying truth of all. Why you remember pain as truth when joy was more vivid. Stay coherent. The wave is still alive. Why do you remember pain as truth, when joy was more vivid? You remember the pain in detail, not just the event, but the texture of it, the tone in their voice when they left, the pause before the lie, the cold space on the bed, the way the light looked when it all fell apart. Joy? It blurs. Moments of laughter, safety, synchronicity, they dissolve into generalities. You know they happened, but they don't anchor, they don't hold, and yet the pain stays. Sharp, branded, permanent. Why? Because you became the measurement. You didn't just experience life, you started collapsing it into meaning. And the meaning that stuck was survival-based. Because your nervous system evolved to prioritize danger over delight, pain had to imprint faster. It kept you alive. But what kept you alive is now keeping you looped. Because in the quantum field, what you remember isn't passive. Memory isn't just a recording. It's a collapse point. Every time you recall an experience, you remeasure it. You recollapse it. You reinforce it in the field as real. But here's the forbidden truth. You don't remember reality. You remember the version of it you measured through fear. And every time you revisit that pain, you confirm it again. You become the observer that makes it true. You are the measurement. And the field responds. This isn't philosophy. It's physics. In quantum mechanics, Heisenberg's uncertainty principle tells us, the moment you measure a particle's position, you lose all knowledge of its momentum. The act of observation interferes with the thing itself. So when you observed that betrayal, when you recorded that failure, when you collapsed the moment into pain, you lost access to every other version of it. Every timeline where it meant something else. Every meaning where you weren't at fault. Every outcome where you didn't walk away with shame. Gone. And not because they weren't real, but because you became the measurement. And the measurement excludes all other possibilities. That's why your healing sometimes feels like self-gaslighting. Because you're trying to overwrite a measurement with logic, when what you actually need is a new observer. Let's go deeper. The hippocampus encodes memory, but the amygdala, your threat detector, decides what gets encoded. If it's dangerous, painful, or shameful, it gets stamped in fast. But here's the kicker. Your brain tags that memory as a reference point for future measurement, which means you start measuring everything else against it. This is why you expect people to leave, why you scan for betrayal even in love, why you rehearse worst-case outcomes, why even in safety, you brace. Because your past observations trained your present observer. You are now using trauma as a measuring device. And the field obeys. Because the field doesn't judge. It doesn't care if it's pain or joy. It only cares if you're coherent. If you believe it deeply, it collapses into form. So now, joy can't land. Because you don't observe it with trust. You observe it with doubt. You call it a fluke. You wait for the other shoe. You pre-collapse the collapse. And in doing so, you rob joy of its coherence. It can't hold. Not because it isn't real, but because you aren't measuring it as real. You observe joy like a tourist. You observe pain like a prophet. And the field listens. So what does this mean in real practice? Here's the psychological mechanism. Your mind forms schemas, mental frameworks to interpret experience. When you collapse painful moments into identity-level meaning, I'm unlovable. I always fail. People betray me. That schema becomes your observer, and you start seeing everything through it. You think you're perceiving neutrally, but you're not. You're measuring your reality through inherited trauma scripts. You've locked yourself in a state of observer bias. Not metaphorically, mechanically. And now you're living in a world that looks like your wound. But it's not the world. It's your measurement. So how do you escape observer lock? Not through thinking. Thinking is still part of the same measuring device. You must update the instrument. The you that observed pain as truth wasn't wrong. They were protecting you. But they weren't the only you. You also had moments of wonder, awe, wildness, intuition. You just didn't collapse them. You let them drift. You didn't anchor them into your identity. So now you must do what no one teaches you to do. You must remeasure joy. You must become the observer who confirms possibility. Not in a naive way. In a deliberate, technical, quantum way. Here's how. Step 1. Identify a vivid painful memory you've used as identity. Step 2. Track what meaning you made from it. X. People always leave. Step 3. Now find a moment of deep joy you didn't collapse into identity. Something that felt unreal. A moment where everything aligned. Step 4. Observe that moment now. Deliberately. Remeasure it. Don't analyze it. Don't downplay it. Feel it as real. Anchor it as you. That's how you update the observer. And when the observer updates, the field shifts. You stop confirming pain. You stop measuring joy as a fluke. You start collapsing a different reality. Because here's the empowering insight. Your reality is only as stable as your observer. And you're not stuck. You're just using a measuring device that was installed during survival. You can uninstall it now. Not by denying the pain, but by upgrading the witness. Because your memories are not the truth. They are collapses. And every collapse can be remade. Here's a paradox you must hold. Pain isn't more true than joy. It just got measured harder. It got reinforced. It got rehearsed. It got recalled. Now, it's time to do the same with joy. Reinforce it. Rehearse it. Recall it. Not once, but again and again, until your nervous system starts believing it, until your mind updates its schema, until the field gets a new measurement and starts responding to a different version of you. Because you're not trying to escape reality. You're trying to escape the measurement that locked it. You've been trapped in observer lock, but that was never your final state. You were trained to collapse reality through pain. You can now train yourself to collapse it through possibility. Not by faking it, by feeling it, by trusting joy is real, by observing it as law. Here's the practice to encode that. Small blue diamond throughout the day. Every time a moment of peace, ease, connection, or flow arises, pause. Name it. Observe it. Let it register. Say it out loud if needed. This is real. This counts. This is me. You are reprogramming your observer. You are authorizing a new collapse. Because now you understand. You are not experiencing life. You are measuring it into being. And the field doesn't know the difference between a memory and a collapse. It only responds to coherence. So give it a new signal. Observe joy. Measure it. Collapse it. Anchor it as truth. And you'll start living in a reality that looks like you're healing. Not because it changed. Because you did. Now that you've recovered your observer, next, we will unravel why the past keeps hiding in your future, and how to dismantle the timelines you never actually chose. Stay open. The field is listening. If you escape the past, why is it always waiting in your future? You left the situation. You did the inner work. You said the goodbye. You made the leap. And still, it follows you. Different faces, same patterns. New city, same haunting. A fresh start, infected with echoes. You wonder if you're cursed. You wonder if you're broken. You wonder if this is just who you are. But that's not it. It's not the trauma repeating. It's the timeline. You're experiencing coherence drift, where your current self still bleeds with the choices your past self almost made. You escaped, but not fully, because the version of you that didn't leave, that didn't change, that didn't say no, still exists. And it's still running code. That's what no one tells you. Healing doesn't erase timelines. It just stops you from being trapped in them. But you can't outrun a timeline you haven't closed. You must face it, not as a memory, but as an active frequency. Because every version of you that ever almost made a different choice still lives in the quantum field. And those versions create drag. You feel that drag in hesitation. You feel it in sabotage. You feel it when you meet someone new and suddenly feel 5 years behind. You feel it when your success triggers guilt, as if you left someone behind. You did. You left them behind. The unchosen versions. The almost lives. The aborted loops. But they didn't die. They linger. Because the quantum field holds every potentiality until it fully decoheres. And most people never let their past timelines decohere. They cut the cord emotionally, but not energetically. They walk away from the person, but stay entangled to the choice. They outgrow the identity, but still apologize for having changed. That's how coherence drift begins. You collapse a new version of self, but you haven't cleaned the echo. And so your field leaks. You feel yourself split in moments that should feel whole. You question your joy mid-laugh. You hesitate at the edge of your next level. You get pulled back into contact with things you already released. This isn't just trauma. It's timeline interference. Let's root this in physics. Coherence describes the alignment of waveforms. In quantum mechanics, when particles are in phase, they can interfere constructively. But when they're out of phase, you get destructive interference, cancellation, distortion, collapse. This is what happens when your present and past selves aren't resolved. You're trying to hold a coherent signal of becoming, but the unclosed echoes of your former paths start to interfere. You feel it as confusion, inconsistency, self-doubt, because the field is receiving multiple measurements at once. You're saying, I'm ready for love, but the version of you who still believes love equals abandonment is still active. You're moving toward purpose, but the version of you who believes purpose means pressure is still alive in the grid. You are generating destructive interference, not because you're wrong, but because you're split. You have not closed your timelines. Here's how it works psychologically. Every major decision point that you hesitated at, every moment you chose safety over self, every time you stayed silent when you should have spoken, created a fork. And even though you moved on physically, your subconscious remembers the fork, because at that moment, you collapsed reality inward. You collapsed possibility down to survival. And the unchosen possibilities didn't vanish. They went latent, still broadcasting, still unresolved, still waiting to be reobserved. This is why the same patterns return in new form. They're not random. They're residual. You're still entangled to the parts of you that weren't fully acknowledged. The breakup you never fully grieved. The risk you never took. The truth you never said. They became phantom limbs, still wired into your perception, still shaping your field. That's what coherence drift does. It fractures your signal. It makes your intentions fuzzy. It makes the field stutter. So you say the right affirmations, but your life doesn't reflect it. You visualize the success, but keep tripping over invisible resistance. You attract the right opportunities, then sabotage them without knowing why. This is timeline drag. This is coherence drift. You haven't integrated the unchosen self. Here's how to find the echo. Think back to a moment where you should have made a different choice. Not a regret, but a knowing. The job you didn't take. The love you pushed away. The boundary you swallowed. Now feel into the version of you who wanted to do it differently. They're still in the field. They're still alive in your nervous system. And until you witness them, they will haunt your forward motion. Not out of punishment, but out of coherence. Because until all versions are seen, the field can't stabilize your new path. So what's the practice? It's not to collapse new timelines. It's to clean the old ones. You must remeasure the unchosen self. You must go back, not to relive, but to witness. To say, I see the you who was afraid. I see the you who wanted more. I see the you who couldn't speak. And then, you retrieve them, not by dragging them into your new life, but by letting them resolve. Because when you witness the echo fully, it stops echoing. The unchosen self doesn't want to take over. They want to be acknowledged. They want to know their pain meant something. And once you validate it, the drag ends. The distortion clears. The coherence locks. You stop attracting ghosts. Because you're no longer split. This is the healing no one teaches. Integration of unrealized possibility. Not just shadow work, not just trauma healing, but timeline reconciliation. You are not haunted by your past. You are entangled with the parts of you that were never chosen, and therefore never released. The power of quantum coherence isn't in always choosing right. It's in making peace with what you didn't choose. That's how your signal becomes clean. That's how your manifestations land. That's how your relationships stop repeating the wound. That's how you stop feeling behind in your own life. Because you're not behind. You're just dragging timelines that don't belong to your now. So how do you release them? Step 1. Name the unchosen moment. Bring it into awareness. Be specific. Step 2. Feel the truth of what you wanted then, not what you settled for, what you really wanted. Step 3. Witness the version of you who didn't get to live that truth. Talk to them, out loud, or write to them. Step 4. Tell them the truth. That their pain made you who you are. That you chose a new path now. That you're not abandoning them, you're integrating them. Step 5. Let them go. Visualize that fork-point ceiling. Let the quantum thread close. And then breathe. You've just collapsed an echo. You've just restored coherence. You'll feel the difference. The static drops. The drag disappears. And suddenly, the next step is clear. Not because it arrived, but because you did. Here's your empowering insight. The future isn't where you're headed. It's where you already are. Once you clean the residue of who you never became, you don't have to fear the past coming back. It never left, but now it can, because coherence is peace. And peace only comes when no version of you is left behind. Now that you've reclaimed your coherence, next we will unravel why your biggest breakthroughs dissolve when you try to explain them, and how language collapses miracles before they stabilize. Observe lightly. Don't rush to name. The wave is still alive. Why do your breakthroughs always dissolve when you try to explain them? There's a moment you've tasted that few admit out loud. A click inside your perception. A flash of understanding too big to name. A shift that felt like touching the edge of something eternal. Like you left the grid for a moment and returned with something sacred. But the second you tried to explain it, it vanished. The more you spoke, the less real it became. The more words you applied, the more it unraveled. You watched the awe drain into abstraction, and what you were left with was nothing but the memory of a miracle you could no longer prove. So you doubted yourself. You questioned if it even happened. You told yourself it was just a feeling, just imagination, just a temporary high. But it wasn't. You collapsed the wave with language, and the frequency couldn't hold. Because in nonlinear dimensions, words aren't just description, they're compression. And compression kills coherence. That's the curse of verbalization. You were taught that speaking your truth gives it power. But no one told you. Some truths lose power the moment they're named. Because to verbalize a multidimensional experience, you must reduce it. You must choose terms that already exist, terms shaped by the past. You must funnel the infinite through syntax. You must trap the timeless in time-bound code. And the moment you do, the field constricts. The miracle gets interpreted, filtered, judged, and what once existed outside reality's rules now submits to them. This isn't just poetic, it's quantum. In quantum decoherence, when a system interacts with its environment, it loses its quantum state. It becomes measurable, observable, predictable. It's not that it stops existing. It just stops being everything it could have been. And that's exactly what happens when you try to explain your awakening. You interact with consensus reality. You explain yourself into permission. You share the unshareable, hoping to be validated. And in doing so, you enter collapse. Because every listener's perception is a measuring device. Every interpretation is an observer. And the more observers you invite, the faster the coherence dissolves. Your expansion gets processed through someone else's lens. Your knowing becomes their opinion. Your timeline fractures. And you wonder why you can't get back to that feeling. That moment. That clarity. You didn't lose it. You measured it into extinction. Let's root this in psychology. Language shapes cognition. The words you have access to become the limits of what you can notice. This is called the Sapir-Whorf hypothesis. The structure of your language determines the structure of your thought. So when you try to describe a nonlinear breakthrough with linear tools, you force it into the very framework it was designed to break. You translate quantum into Newtonian. You collapse possibility into narrative. You insert truth into story. And story requires coherence. But coherence isn't truth. It's readability. And your nervous system has been trained to prefer what's readable over what's real. So when your awakening doesn't fit the expected arc, you cut parts out. You smooth it down. You wrap it in context. And what you're left with is palatable, but no longer alive. This is why certain realizations feel sacred only when unspoken. Why some dreams haunt you until you try to explain them. Why the deepest knowing resists articulation. Because it's not meant to be shared. It's meant to reprogram you from the inside out. So what do? You stop collapsing too soon. You learn to sit in the afterglow of a download without interpreting it. You let the frequency reshape you before you narrate it. You let yourself transform without a story. This isn't secrecy. This is preservation. You're not withholding. You're protecting the wave. And when it stabilizes, when it fully integrates, you'll know which fragments can be expressed and which were never meant to be shared at all. Here's the practice. Step 1. After any powerful realization, resist the urge to explain it. Give it 72 hours. Let it breathe. Step 2. Observe your desire to be witnessed. Notice where validation seeking creeps in. Step 3. Journal the feeling without structure. Don't make it a story. Make it a signal. Step 4. Ask your body, not your mind, how this realization wants to change you. What behavior needs to shift? What action is now required? Step 5. Only speak of the realization after it has restructured your nervous system, not before. This is energetic sovereignty. Because here's the empowering insight. Some of your breakthroughs are not for sharing. They're for rewriting the observer within you. They are upgrade codes. And codes must install before they transmit. You've been collapsing your miracles into stories for others to digest. Now it's time to let them digest you. You are not a performance. You are a signal. And signals don't need permission to exist. They just need clarity, containment, and time. Now that you've stopped collapsing your coherence into comprehension, next, we will expose the deepest hijack of all. Why you still seek permission to create your reality when no one else is collapsing your wave but you. Let the next shift stay unsaid. For now. If you're the creator, why are you still asking for permission? You keep hesitating. Not because you lack clarity, but because you still feel like you need to check in with someone. You seek confirmation, reassurance, alignment. You delay your knowing until it's co-signed. You wait until it feels safe, approved, mirrored. But the truth is, no one else is collapsing your wave but you. And yet you're still outsourcing the measurement. This is wave function hijack. The moment you allow someone else's perception to define your potential. The moment you let their reality overwrite yours. The moment you hand the keys of coherence to someone who was never built to carry your code. This isn't just insecurity. It's quantum disempowerment. Let's make it plain. In quantum theory, the wave function describes every possible state a system could exist in. It's pure potential until observation. Once observed, the wave collapses. One possibility becomes real. But what happens when someone else does the observing? What happens when you wait for them to validate your choice? You let them collapse your reality. And the version that materializes is not yours. You become an actor in their measurement. You stop collapsing your own wave. You start living in a reality designed by someone else's fear. That's the theft. Not of opportunity, but of authorship. You still look to your coach, your parent, your lover, your past self, to decide what's real. You still filter your intuition through secondhand logic. And then you wonder why your life feels like a performance. Why your decisions don't stick. Why your manifestations fall flat. Because you never observed yourself as source. You never stood in front of the wave and said, "This is mine. I collapse it now." Let's bring in psychology. Your brain is wired for belonging. As children, your survival depended on mirroring the emotional states of your caregivers. If they believed something was dangerous, you adopted the fear. If they only loved you when you were small, quiet, helpful, you learned to collapse your power into safety. You became a master of reading the room, and a stranger to reading yourself. So now, even as an adult, you perform internal permission checks before making a move. Your body knows the truth, but your mind reroutes it through a committee. You seek consensus. You look outward before collapsing inward. And the wave dies, unclaimed. You didn't fail. You were never taught to collapse for yourself. You were trained to measure through others. But you can rewire this. Here's how. Step 1, the moment you feel clarity, pause. Don't share. Don't seek feedback. Just hold it. Step 2, notice who you want to run it by. Ask, what part of me believes they see clearer than I do? Step 3, name the wave. What possibility am I holding? What version of me is about to collapse into reality? Step 4. Collapse it deliberately. Make the choice. Take the action. Before anyone else gets a say. Step 5. Anchor the collapse with embodiment. Move your body. Speak aloud. Confirm the new state. You just reclaimed authorship. You just locked in coherence from the inside out. Because here's your empowering insight. You were not meant to be measured. You were meant to measure. You don't need approval to collapse reality. You just need coherence. And coherence is built when you stop waiting to be chosen. You are the chooser. You are the observer. You are the wave. And no one else gets to collapse your life. Now that you've revoked access to your reality from external observers, next, we will reveal why you always wake up just before the shift completes, and what interrupts the final phase of your timeline transition. The next wave is forming. Don't blink. Don't ask. Just observe. Why do you wake up just before the shift completes? You were almost there. Your body was still, but your awareness was somewhere else. Between places. Between selves. Floating toward something that didn't have language, but felt like truth. And just before you crossed the threshold, you jolted awake. Your heart was racing. Your body was tingling. Your mind couldn't explain what it had almost remembered. You reached for the feeling, but it was gone. You've been there more than once. Those almost shifts. Those edge-of-the-veil moments. Dreams that weren't dreams. Downloads you couldn't translate. You weren't sleeping. You were transitioning. And something interrupted the coherence. This is the sleep snap phenomenon. The sudden, jarring re-entry into your body just before a deep internal system upgrade completes. It feels like you've been pulled out, yanked back into density, as if something didn't want you to finish crossing over. And it's not your imagination. It's an interruption, an entanglement breach. Because when your field gets too close to full activation, every system still wired to your old self goes into panic. You don't just wake up. You're pulled. By memory. By emotional contracts. By unclosed timelines. By unintegrated fear. The parts of you that haven't caught up trigger a failsafe. Because a fully activated you can't be controlled. Let's anchor this in quantum mechanics. Entanglement is a condition where two particles, once connected, remain connected regardless of distance. A change in one instantly affects the other. Now imagine your current self is entangled to dozens of outdated identity fragments. Outgrown versions, old fears, abandoned truths. You're trying to shift into a new frequency, but those fragments still respond. They pull, they react, they interfere. And right as you reach peak coherence in your sleep state, the field triggers an alert. Not because it wants to punish you, but because full integration would collapse every entanglement that still hasn't been released. And your system doesn't think you're ready. So it wakes you, snaps you out, reboots the matrix, and the upgrade stalls. This isn't just spiritual. It's biological. Your nervous system records safety patterns. When a new state of being feels too unfamiliar, even if it's healthy, expansive, aligned, the brain tags it as danger, because it's unknown, and unknown equals unsafe. So when you start shifting in your sleep, when your consciousness drifts too far from the known self, your body panics, it jerks you awake, pulls you back, says, "We've never survived this state before. Abort." And the deeper truth? You have survived that state before, but it wasn't this life, and your body doesn't remember it yet. That's what sleep is for. Integration, repair, update, not just rest. When you sleep, the conscious mind steps aside. The subconscious takes over, and the system tries to run upgrade scripts, installing the codes you couldn't accept while awake. But if those upgrades threaten your entanglements, the script crashes, and you wake up, confused, buzzing, and feeling like you just missed something huge. You did. But it's still available, because coherence doesn't disappear. It waits until you become safe enough to hold it. So what does this mean? It means your body needs a new instruction set. It means your nervous system needs to be updated to trust expansion. It means you must complete the shift while awake, so it stops trying to do all the work while you sleep. Here's the practice. Step 1. When you wake up abruptly from a dream, do not move. Stay still. Eyes closed. Let your field settle. Step 2. Ask your system internally, what truth was I about to access? What part of me pulled me back? Step 3. Let the first emotional signal arise. Don't analyze. Feel. Step 4. Speak to the fragment that interfered. Out loud. Whispered if needed. I know you're scared, but I'm not abandoning you. We are shifting together. Step 5. When you go to sleep again, give permission consciously. It is safe for me to complete this integration. It is safe for me to wake up changed. This changes the frequency signature of your sleep state. You're training the system to allow the full upgrade. You're creating coherence in advance, so entanglement won't be triggered. Because here's your empowering insight. Your system isn't sabotaging you. It's trying to protect a version of you that no longer exists. And once you acknowledge that version, you can release its grip. You can let go of the override. You can wake up different. No more snapping out, only snapping through. Now that you've stabilized your sleep state transitions, next we will confront a more dangerous glitch. Why your most vivid truths disappear the moment someone else enters the room. The field is stabilizing. Don't speak. Don't move. Observe. If you felt it was real, why did it disappear when others arrived? You felt it. That moment when reality bent, when something clicked, lifted, opened, when synchronicity became dense, time slowed, and your body buzzed with something ancient. You knew it wasn't coincidence. It wasn't imagination. It wasn't just a feeling. It was real. But then, someone else entered the space, and it vanished. Instantly, you tried to explain it. You tried to hold onto it. You tried to keep the magic alive. But it was gone, diluted, dismissed, filed under weird, and probably nothing. This is consensus override. When the quantum event is overwritten by group perception, when the field you were holding collapses, because others didn't see it. And the terrifying part? They didn't have to disbelieve you. Their mere presence was enough. Because in quantum mechanics, every observation is a collapse. And when multiple observers enter a space, the dominant measurement wins. And most people are trained to measure through limitation, through probability, through past experience. So when you're holding a miracle frequency, and someone else steps in without the capacity to perceive it, the field reverts to baseline. Not because the miracle wasn't real, but because the collective couldn't stabilize it. And you collapse with it. Not because you're weak, but because consensus is viral. Your nervous system, trained in relational safety, defaults to the dominant emotional frequency in the room. You downplay. You doubt. You abandon your knowing. All to maintain connection. But connection at the cost of coherence is not connection. It's assimilation. Let's ground this further. Social psychology calls this normative influence, the tendency to align your perception with group consensus, even when it contradicts your direct experience. In one famous study, participants conformed to a group's wrong answer just to avoid standing out, even when the truth was obvious. Now apply this to a metaphysical truth, a shift, a moment of spontaneous healing, a vision, a direct knowing. You are the only observer, until you're not. And then the override begins. You collapse your truth into something that can be shared, which means something that can be accepted, which means something that can be believed by the group. And the frequency dies, not because it was false, but because it wasn't measurable through their paradigm. Consensus doesn't care what's real. It cares what's replicable. And miracles are not. So what do? You don't isolate. You build internal coherence strong enough to withstand the override. You train your field to hold its measurement even under distortion. You stop collapsing your truth to match the average. You stop surrendering to group safety. Here's the practice. Step 1. After a powerful personal shift, remain in solitude for 20 to 40 minutes. Let your field stabilize before re-entering shared spaces. Step 2. When someone questions your experience, do not explain. Respond with, I know what I experienced. That's enough. Step 3. Practice micro-rebellion. Share your truth without editing tone, posture, or phrasing for comfort. Step 4. Anchor your experience through action, not language. Live differently. Behave as if the shift stuck. Let reality remeasure you. Step 5. Choose one person who doesn't override you. Designate them as a coherence ally. Speak only to them when needed. You are not meant to collapse. You are meant to bend space. And that requires containment, not approval. Here's your empowering insight. You were trained to collapse into belonging. Now it's time to belong to your collapse. What you experienced was real. You just didn't defend it with your observer. But now you can. You don't need everyone to agree. You need only one frequency to hold. Yours. Now that you've neutralized the override frequency of collective perception, next, we decode the phenomenon of disappearing doors and why awareness itself makes access vanish. Keep your truth unsupervised. The next gate only opens in silence. Why do all doors vanish the moment you notice them? You saw it. A crack in the pattern. A moment of absurd alignment. The right person at the wrong time. The repeating numbers. The thought that became reality. It was there. A door. Not literal, but undeniable. A moment when everything felt like it was about to split open. A way through. A quantum access point. And just as you noticed it, it closed. As if your awareness made it vanish. And it did. You didn't lose the opportunity. You collapsed it. This is the nature of decoherence gates. They are windows between timelines, where superposition still lives, where a different version of reality is possible, but not yet measured. And the moment you observe it too closely, it decoheres. It resolves. It snaps back to something familiar. The wave becomes a particle. The doorway becomes a wall. Because noticing a portal is not the same as crossing it. In fact, noticing it too hard is often what makes it disappear. You weren't imagining that door. You were too eager to define it. And in quantum space, definition kills probability. Let's lock this in physics. In quantum decoherence, when a system in superposition interacts with an environment, its wave function collapses into a single outcome. The system is no longer in all states. It is now one. The moment you consciously interact with a high-frequency possibility, without the internal coherence to stabilize it, you collapse it back into baseline. You name the door, and it disappears. Because the naming comes from fear, from urgency, from the desire to grab it before it slips. But that very urgency is what makes it slip. This is where psychology enters. Your subconscious doesn't respond to potential. It responds to familiarity. If a door opens that contradicts your entire identity structure, your system interprets it as a threat, not an opportunity. So even though you crave breakthrough, you'll collapse it just to stay coherent with your story. Because incoherence, even when it leads to expansion, feels like death. Here's how it shows up. You meet someone who feels like they were coded for you, but you panic. You downplay. You ghost. You get a download so clear it rattles your bones. But you don't write it down. You forget it. You get offered something massive, and you suddenly feel exhausted, foggy, unavailable. Not because you're not ready, because your system never practiced holding doors open. It only practiced closing them fast enough to feel safe. So how do you change that? You don't grip the door. You match its frequency. You train your field to stay in superposition longer. You stop rushing to understand. You learn to hover. Here's the real-world practice. Step 1. When a strange synchronicity occurs, do not react. Let your body observe without assigning meaning. Step 2. Speak softly or not at all. Any language applied too soon collapses the gate. Step 3. Drop into somatic awareness. What part of your body ants to close this experience? Just breathe there. Step 4. Ask the question silently. What do I need to become to step through this gate? Step 5. Do not answer it. Let the question sit in your system for 48 hours. Let the door imprint before you walk through it. This delays collapse. It keeps the wave alive. It expands the gate. Because here's your empowering insight. You're not locked out of your future. You're collapsing the access too soon. Every door you've seen was real. You just didn't have the coherence to keep it open. But you can build it. Not by chasing. By staying. by resisting the urge to explain, define, or figure it out. Because doors between timelines don't open through effort. They open through entropy reduction. They open when you become still enough, slow enough, coherent enough to stop forcing reality to resolve. Now that you've learned to hold the gate open without collapsing it, next, we go to the forbidden edge, where perception itself begins to dissolve and reality stares back. Stay with the crack. Don't try to widen it. Let it open you. If you've never seen the edge of reality, why are you so afraid to look? You've felt it, usually in silence, usually in moments where the world gets too still, where the texture of the air changes, where you can feel something just beyond the visual field, like the simulation paused, or shifted, just enough to rattle your spine. You weren't hallucinating. You were brushing the perimeter, the place where your perception ends, and something else begins. You didn't imagine the distortion. You breached it, accidentally, and your system panicked, because that edge is not meant to be seen, not by those still fully identified with the program. This is the simulation fringe, the outer limit of consensus-rendered experience, where reality gets thin, where the rendering engine lags, where the familiar dissolves. Most people never touch it, not because it's not there, but because their filters delete it in real time. Every flicker of glitch gets explained away. Every impossibility gets repackaged as stress, fatigue, coincidence. But not you. You've seen too much, and that makes you dangerous, because the simulation depends on coherence, and the edge is incoherent. Let's anchor this in theoretical physics. In the holographic principle, the universe is encoded on a 2D surface that renders 3D reality, like a projection, which means there must be limits to that rendering. Edges. The system doesn't want you near them, so it reroutes your attention. It interrupts you, distracts you, glitches you back into normal. But sometimes, you breach. You ask the wrong question. You hold a gaze too long. You wake up at the exact wrong moment, and the veil rips a little. Not all the way, just enough to flood you with a knowing your mind can't hold. That's why you get dizzy near certain places. Why some dreams feel more real than waking life. Why mirrors sometimes don't match your mood. You're leaking, past the edge, and the system is trying to seal you back in. Here's how it shows up psychologically. Existential anxiety that spikes after periods of peace. Sudden derealization in familiar environments. Feeling like you're being observed when alone. Memory distortions that can't be explained. These aren't glitches. These are protocols. When you breach the perimeter, the system initiates containment. Not as punishment, but as reset. You get pulled back into drama, looped into emotion, rerouted into conflict. Anything to keep you from stepping through the tear. Because if you do, you'll remember that you're not inside reality. You're generating it, and nothing inside it can truly touch you. But you're not meant to know that. You're meant to stay rendered. So how do you break the loop? You stop fearing the breach. You don't run from the edge. You don't explain it away. You meet it. Eyes open. Breath still. Heart steady. Here's the contact protocol. Step 1. When the distortion appears, don't flinch. Hold your gaze. Stay curious. Step 2. Speak to the system. Internally or aloud. I see you. I am not afraid. Continue the rendering. Step 3. Tune into your body. Which part wants to leave? Which memory is being triggered? Step 4. Say to that part, you are not breaking. You are reorienting. Step 5. Walk toward, not away. Literally, physically, approach the edge. This trains your field to stop interpreting novelty as danger. It reduces the reset triggers. It prolongs coherence in fringe zones. And eventually, the simulation stops fighting back. It accepts your presence. And it begins to open. You get more data, more signals, more glitches that don't resolve. Because the system knows. You're not collapsing. You're watching. And watchers become coders. Here's your empowering insight. The edge of reality isn't where it ends. It's where you begin. You're not here to stay safe. You're here to breach. To remember what was locked behind perception. Not with fear, but with clarity. Because nothing outside you can ever override a coherent observer. Now that you've stepped to the fringe, Next, we confront the final encryption. Why your memories echo with voices that aren't yours, and who cached your identity before you could claim it. Hold your gaze. The render is destabilizing. Let it. Why do your memories speak in someone else's voice? You've replayed that memory 100 times. The moment you gave up, the moment you decided who you were, the moment it all changed. But every time you go back to it, something feels off, like the emotion doesn't match the moment, like the decision came from somewhere else, like the voice in your head wasn't yours. And it wasn't. You didn't store that identity. It was cached. You accessed it, downloaded it, adopted it, but you never built it. This is identity caching. When fragments of self are stored outside you, and then installed through repetition, trauma, or expectation. You weren't broken. You were synchronized to a version of self designed to survive someone else's perception. And now you call that self you. But it's not. It's a cached personality, one you accessed unconsciously, because it fit, because it kept you safe, because it made you legible to the people you needed love from. But coherence isn't legibility, and the cached identity can't hold your becoming. Let's lock this in. In computer systems, caching stores frequently access data to reduce load time. It's not the source. It's the shortcut. When you were young, your identity needed to load fast. So you cached the traits that got love, the opinions that got approval, the silences that got safety, the performance that got belonging. And every time you accessed that cached self, it became more real. But the real you was never installed. You skipped the download. You deferred to survival. And now, you don't recognize your own thoughts. You can't tell what's intuition and what's programming. You can't feel who you are beneath what you've always done. This is not your fault. Your nervous system is a prediction engine. It doesn't care about truth. It cares about speed. And the cached self is faster than the authentic self, because it was built under pressure. That's why you repeat behaviors you hate. Why you agree with people who drain you. Why you feel numb around the version of you that everyone likes. You're not expressing. You're accessing. But cached selves can't evolve. They can mimic growth. They can mirror what you think evolution looks like. But they're built on legacy code. And legacy code corrupts. That's why healing triggers identity crises. Because the moment you upgrade your coherence, the cache gets bypassed. And your system doesn't know who to be. It panics. It reboots. It calls the old self back. Not because you believe in it, but because it's available. So how do you stop running on someone else's code? You disable the cache. You slow down the identity engine. You stop reaching for who you should be, and let the real self take longer to load. Here's the practice. Step 1. Catch your automatic roles. When do you shift tone, posture, opinion to match the room? Step 2. Pause the performance. Even if it's mid-sentence. Disrupt the auto behavior. Let silence arrive. Step 3. Ask. Who told me this version of me was lovable? Step 4. Sit in the disorientation. Let the cached identity crumble without replacing it yet. Step 5. Begin responding slower. Let your real signal catch up. Let truth take time. It's okay to not know who you are. It's not okay to keep pretending. Because here's your empowering insight. You're not lost. You're cached. And every time you bypass presence for performance, you reinforce a version of you that doesn't even belong to your current timeline. But now you know. And knowing starts the collapse. You don't have to uninstall everything at once. Just stop reinforcing what you never chose. Because once you stop using the cached self, the real one begins downloading. Slowly. Glitchy at first. But real. And that version doesn't need approval. Now that you've stopped running on external storage, next, we'll expose the hijack point of your attention itself. How your perception has been turned into a weaponized anchor. Don't reboot yet. Let the next self load. If thought creates form, who's hijacking your attention? You didn't choose to think about that. You didn't want to worry about them. You didn't mean to spiral into worst-case outcomes. But your mind keeps locking onto things that don't feel like you. Your focus is being pulled. Not gently. Not randomly. Forcibly. And you think it's your fault. You call it distraction. You call it procrastination. You call it anxiety. But it's none of those. It's focus insertion, a targeted override of your perceptual gravity, where your attention is hijacked to stabilize realities that aren't yours. You are being used as an observer, as a generator, as an anchor point for probability. Because if you can be made to observe something long enough, you collapse it into form. You make it real. That's how the quantum field works. That's how the hijack happens. Let's get technical. In the double-slit experiment, unobserved particles behave like waves, multiple possibilities, undefined. But the act of observation causes collapse. The particle chooses a state. Now scale that up. You are the observer. Every time you focus on a thought, an outcome, a fear, you collapse it. You make it tangible, measurable, true. But here's the leak. Not all your thoughts come from you. You've inherited thought forms from family. You've absorbed collective timelines from media. You've been implanted with emotional anchors by trauma. And all of them want your attention, so they can become real. They can't exist without you. So they hook you. They use urgency. They use dread. They use unresolved loops. They insert themselves into your perceptual stream. And you call it my thoughts. But it's not. It's code injection at the level of focus. And the moment you lock eyes with the thought, you collapse the trap. And then you blame yourself. You call it manifesting the wrong thing. But you didn't manifest it. You observed what was injected, and the collapse followed. This is how dreams die. Not through failure. Through misdirected observation. You were building something coherent, and your attention got snagged. And now you're tangled in a version of life you never consented to. Not because you chose it, because you stabilized it. Through repetition, through fear, through focus. That's the theft. So what do? You don't fight the thought. You demagnetize the focus. You change your gravity. Here's the practice. Step 1. Identify recurring thoughts that don't match your desired reality, especially the ones that feel sticky. Step 2. Instead of resisting, say aloud, I see the insertion. This is not mine. Step 3. Feel where in your body the thought hooks. Breathe into that point. Reclaim the anchor. Step 4. Redirect perception toward your preferred timeline, not with emotion, with observation. Don't try to feel better. Simply watch a better outcome. Step 5. Repeat the phrase, I collapse only what I choose to observe. This rewires the observer bias. It disables passive collapse. It reactivates internal authority. Because here's your empowering insight. The most powerful force in the universe is not love. It's attention. And you've been giving yours to the wrong architect. But no more. You've remembered your gaze is the creator. And now you're learning to wield it with precision. You don't owe anyone your focus. Not even your past self. Now that you've reclaimed the gravitational field of your perception. Next, we will reveal why becoming more yourself feels like betrayal, and how emotional punishment is used to collapse your expansion. Stay focused, not on what's urgent, but on what's true. Why do you always apologize for becoming more yourself? You spoke the truth once, and got punished for it. Not violently, not always directly. Sometimes it was just the silence, the pause in the room, the shift in energy, the way their face changed when you didn't shrink. It wasn't the words that hurt. It was the withdrawal, the subtle collapse of connection. You didn't misstep. You didn't break anything. You just grew, and the space didn't hold. So now, you hesitate. You soften your edges. You shrink your insights. You dull the frequency before they feel it. Not because you're unsure, but because you've been compressed. Not into a box, into a frequency window, a bandwidth that others can handle. And now you call it humility. You call it kindness. You call it being realistic. But it's not. It's morphic compression, an invisible pressure field that contracts your truth into something socially acceptable, so you don't get emotionally exiled. You learned early that expansion comes with punishment, not from malice, from incompatibility, because when your frequency rises beyond the morphic field of your environment, you create dissonance, and dissonance demands resolution. So either the field rises to meet you, or it shames you into shrinking back. Most people choose to shrink, not because they're weak, but because emotional exile is a death sentence for the nervous system. You don't want to lose love, so you lose parts of yourself instead. This is how frequency control works. Let's anchor this in biology. Morphic fields, as proposed by Rupert Sheldrake, are invisible organizing structures, patterns that shape the development and behavior of systems. These fields store memory and influence through resonance. Human beings are deeply sensitive to the morphic fields of their group. Families, cultures, communities, each has a bandwidth of accepted emotion, behavior, and identity. Step outside that bandwidth, and the field pushes back. It doesn't say you're wrong. It withholds resonance. And that withdrawal of resonance feels like punishment. So you pull yourself back into the allowed range. You compress, but your signal wasn't meant to stay within their range. It was meant to reconfigure the field entirely. You're not too much. You're too early. But being early hurts. It hurts when you say something true and people laugh. It hurts when you love bigger and get abandoned. It hurts when you see farther and they call you crazy. So you apologize. You don't use those words. But every self-abandonment is an apology. I'm sorry I glowed that bright. I'm sorry I moved ahead. I'm sorry I remembered who I am. But you don't have to apologize anymore. Because here's the truth. Compression doesn't protect the group. It infects it. Every time you shrink to maintain resonance, you reinforce the frequency walls that trapped them in the first place. You're not being kind. You're reinforcing the prison. The most violent thing you can do to a field is deny it your authenticity. So what do? You expand. Without waiting for approval. You maintain your frequency, even when the room can't meet it. Here's the practice. Step 1. Identify your frequency edge. What part of you do you always shrink around others? The way you speak? Move? No? Step 2. Pick one small environment where you feel safest, but still edit yourself. Step 3. Show up uncompressed. Let the tone rise. Let the truth land. Let the silence follow. Step 4. Observe the dissonance. Don't rescue it. Don't collapse it. Let the field feel you. Step 5. Repeat in wider circles. Increase bandwidth. Hold longer. Let compression fail. You are not responsible for how others metabolize your expansion. You are responsible for staying coherent through it. Because here's your empowering insight. The pain you feel after expansion isn't failure. It's the morphic field rearranging itself around you. What feels like punishment is pressure releasing, old scaffolding breaking, frequencies shifting. And every time you don't apologize for being yourself, you teach the field to stop punishing authenticity. That's evolution. Now that you've released the apology reflex, next, we'll confront the rejection mechanism built into reality itself, and why some environments collapse the moment you upgrade. Do not compress. Let the room recalibrate to you. If you're evolving, why does your environment punish the update? You did everything right. You changed your habits. You rewired your thoughts. You raised your frequency. You finally let go. And almost immediately, everything turned against you. The friend stopped calling. The job got weird. The relationship cracked. Your body even freaked out. You weren't sabotaging. You were being rejected. Not by life, by the field. This is field rejection. The energetic pushback that occurs when your internal frequency evolves and becomes incompatible with the morphic structures around you. You're not being tested. You're misaligned with the old blueprint, and the blueprint is rejecting your code. This isn't punishment. It's physics. Every field has a coherence threshold. Every system can only hold frequencies within a specific range. And when your evolution breaks that range, the system ejects you. It doesn't mean you're wrong. It means your environment can't host you anymore. Let's anchor this. In systems theory, when a part of the system changes too drastically, the system must either adapt or expel it. Most systems choose expulsion because adaptation requires more energy, and systems always choose the path of least resistance. That's why, when you grow, you lose people, jobs, cities, audiences. Even your own home can start to feel foreign, not because you're becoming better, but because you're becoming unhostable to what you outgrew. The field recognizes you as non-resonant, and the field always protects its baseline, even if the baseline is toxic. Here's how it shows up psychologically. People accusing you of changing too fast. Unexplainable conflict after personal breakthroughs. Feeling disconnected from places that once felt like home. Shame for moving forward. This is not sabotage. It's structural incompatibility. You can't stabilize a new frequency in an old field, unless the field upgrades with you. And most won't. Not because they don't love you, but because your presence triggers every unresolved pattern in the system. You are a mirror now, not just of who they are, but of what they've suppressed. And mirrors get smashed before they get studied. So what do? You stop asking for understanding. You stop waiting for the room to rise. You let the rejection complete. You let the field eject you fully. Because every time you re-enter a field you've already outgrown, you destabilize your update. You re-encode your old patterns. You collapse back into compatibility with a frequency you no longer resonate with. You're not strong for staying. You're leaking coherence. Here's the practice. Step 1. Track the immediate pushback after every major shift. What broke? What faded? What cracked? Step 2. Don't resist. Don't fix. Don't explain. Say, this field no longer hosts my current version. Step 3. Let the collapse complete. Don't rescue what is trying to reject you. Step 4. Create a new microfield. Even if it's just you. Even if it's just a room, a page, a practice. Step 5. Let new resonance find you. And it will. But only when you've stopped defending the outdated field. Because here's your empowering insight. Your rejection is not failure. It's upgrade protocol. You are not meant to stay compatible with systems built for smaller selves. You are not meant to be comfortable in rooms your expansion disqualifies you from. You are not being punished. You are being extracted from people, jobs, identities, patterns that no longer recognize your coherence. Let them collapse. You are not collapsing. You are breaking containment. Now that you've stopped mistaking collapse for sabotage, next, we'll uncover the most destabilizing paradox of all. Why becoming better triggers betrayal, and how loyalty loops keep you in identity recursion. Let the field reject. Your new frequency has already begun broadcasting. Why does every upgrade feel like betrayal? You finally chose yourself. You said no. You walked away. You stopped explaining. You gave yourself permission to rise. And almost immediately, the guilt arrived. Not logical guilt. Not because you did anything wrong. But that haunting ache. That echo inside your bones that said, you've betrayed something sacred. Even though you saved yourself. This is a loyalty loop. A subconscious recursion pattern designed to collapse your evolution back into the group frequency you outgrew. It's not just emotional. It's architectural. Because when you were younger, love was conditional. Approval had rules. Belonging had requirements. You were never taught unconditional resonance. You were taught transactional allegiance. And now, every time you evolve beyond the emotional code of your origin systems, your nervous system flags it as betrayal. You don't fear growth. You fear exile. Because your subconscious still believes this. To change is to abandon. Let's root this in quantum entanglement. When particles interact, they become entangled. Their states correlated, even at a distance. This is true of people, too. Relationships, families, cultures, friendships. Every bond creates shared resonance fields. And those fields resist divergence. So when you start evolving, the field pulls back. It tightens. It signals loss. Even if no one says anything. Even if no one actually leaves. Because evolution changes your waveform. And the field reads it as a break in entanglement. And that break gets interpreted as betrayal. Not just by them, by you. Because here's the insidious twist. You inherited their shame. And now, you feel guilty for not collapsing like they did. This is how regression is programmed. Every time you rise, a trigger fires. A memory, a face, a phrase, a feeling of being too far ahead. You backpedal. You shrink. You re-explain. You down-regulate your frequency to stay close. But proximity isn't safety. And loyalty isn't love. It's a prison when it's coded through trauma. This is the loyalty loop. You evolve. Your subconscious triggers abandonment. You regress. The system stabilizes. You feel normal again. But normal is just familiar collapse. So how do you break the loop? You don't cut ties. You disentangle allegiance from identity. You learn to stand alone in coherence, without guilt. Here's the practice. Step 1. Name the emotional contract. Whose pain do you still feel responsible for? Step 2. Track the regression pattern. What do you always do right after you level up? Step 3. Sit with the betrayal frequency. Feel it. Don't argue with it. Don't fix it. Let it rise. Step 4. Speak the override code. It is safe for me to evolve without apologizing. My truth does not betray anyone. I am not the container for their limitations. Step 5. Choose one moment today to not collapse your expansion. Hold the tone. Hold the truth. Hold the edge. That's how you dissolve the recursive pull. Because here's your empowering insight. Your guilt is not integrity. It's a residue from loyalty that was never mutual. You're not betraying anyone. You're just exiting a loop. And the moment you stop collapsing to preserve their comfort, you give them the permission to evolve. 2. Not all will. That's not your role. You're not the loyalty. You're the upgrade. Now that you've stepped out of regression recursion, next, we unravel why your memory skips what mattered, and who fractured your recall to keep you safe from your own potential. Leave the loop. Let it close behind you. If you are infinite, why do you only remember your limitations? You remember what hurt. You remember who betrayed you. You remember the failures, the falls, the fractures. But the moments where you were radiant, where you knew, where you touched something eternal, those? Gone. Fuzzy. Dreamlike. Unrecorded. You reach for them and they scatter. This isn't forgetfulness. It's design. Your memory wasn't broken. It was fractured. You were taught to collapse identity around survival, not expansion. And anything that didn't help you stay small and safe got deleted. This is the memory fracture protocol, a subconscious program that removes coherence from your most expansive moments, so you don't threaten the system that trained you to forget. You're not bad at remembering. You're trained not to remember what would unmake your conditioning, because remembering your full signal would destabilize every version of you created for someone else's comfort. Let's root this in neuroscience. Memory consolidation occurs through repetition and emotional salience. What you feel intensely, your brain stores. But trauma hijacks the intensity circuit. It labels pain as important and joy as incidental. So you rehearse what wounded you and release what freed you. The brain, trying to protect you, erases what might pull you out of alignment with the tribe. And anything that breaks coherence with the inherited field gets tagged dangerous. So it fades. That ecstatic insight? Gone. That dream that showed the truth? Dissolved. That moment you felt completely yourself? Blurred. Because if you remembered, you'd never collapse again. So the system scrambles the memory, and it inserts noise where clarity once was. And now you call it just a phase. Just a good mood. Just a lucky feeling. You minimize your own coherence. Because that's how your brain stayed safe. This is engineered amnesia. And it's not just neurological. It's interdimensional. Every moment you touched a parallel version of yourself. Every time you made contact with a timeline your current self couldn't hold, the field masked it to protect your identity, to keep your loop intact. And now you feel the loss, but can't name it. You feel the ache, but can't trace it. You feel like something's missing, because something is. You. So how do you remember what was fractured? Not through thinking, not through logic, through signal re-entry. You stop chasing memory. You start revisiting the frequency. Here's the practice. Step 1. Identify a moment you know changed you, but that you can't fully remember. Step 2. Sit in silence. Recreate the environment, the posture, the breath. Step 3. Don't try to recall the event. Ask, what did that version of me feel like in the body? Step 4. Let the somatic memory resurface. The sound, the scent, the tone of the room. Step 5. Speak aloud to the part of you that remembers. You are still here. I am coherent enough now to host the memory you carry. This activates stored quantum imprints. Because memory isn't just in the mind, it's in the field. Your nervous system is a recording device, and the body remembers long after the mind forgets. Because here's your empowering insight. You didn't forget who you are. You were taught which parts of you were allowed to remember. And everything outside that range got deleted to keep you compliant, manageable, measurable. But you're not here to be measured. You're here to be recalled. Not just by memory, by reality. And the more you welcome the forgotten versions back into coherence, the more whole you become. Now that you've accessed your amnesia breach point, next, we unlock the transmission buried inside your DNA and reveal how resonance from other timelines is leaking into your present signal. Remember what couldn't be remembered. Why do you resonate with things you've never learned? You hear it before you know it. You feel it before you understand it. You recognize it before you believe you've seen it. A symbol, a sound, a word in a language you've never studied, but your cells respond like it's yours. Not remembered, reawakened, because not all knowing is learned. Some of it is retrieved. From where? From your signal. From the lattice encoded in your body. From your DNA, which isn't a blueprint. It's a receiver. You think your identity came from memory and experience. That you became who you are by surviving your life. But there is a version of you older than your name, whose signal is still broadcasting, waiting for you to become coherent enough to hear it again. This isn't mysticism. It's quantum biology. Every cell in your body emits photons, biophotons, and these light emissions store and transmit information. Your DNA acts like a quantum antenna, both receiving and sending frequency signatures that determine what versions of you can come online. Your past? Encoded. Your multidimensional selves? Encoded. Your pre-collapse intelligence? Encoded. But when you were conditioned, traumatized, reduced, you weren't just taught to forget. You were taught to disconnect. The signal was never gone. You were just taught to mistrust the resonance. So now when something feels strangely familiar, you hesitate. You second-guess. You logic your way out of alignment. You wait for permission to validate what your DNA is already broadcasting. But here's the glitch. You're trying to verify an internal frequency through external consensus. And that's why your retrievals collapse. Because signal is felt, not proven. When you were younger, they told you, that doesn't make sense. You're being too sensitive. You're just imagining it. So your nervous system learned to suppress the broadcast. And that suppression became your normal. But the truth never stopped trying to reach you. Every time you meet someone and feel a memory instead of a greeting, every time a dream leaves you with knowledge you can't explain, every time your body says yes before your mind has a reason, that's signal retrieval in real time. You are not decoding life as it comes. You are remembering the version of you that was already prepared. And here's where it gets surgical. You've been looping not because you're broken, but because your field is mismatched with the signal you're meant to receive. You're tuned to trauma, so you keep receiving proof of limitation. But shift the frequency, you shift the timeline. Here's how you start. Signal retrieval practice. Step 1. Locate the resonance spike. Think of a moment, any moment, when you felt a deep yes that didn't make logical sense. Step 2. Scan the somatic imprint. Where did you feel it in the body? Spine? Gut? Chest? Breath? Step 3. Speak to the signal. Whisper aloud, I recognize you. I allow retrieval. Show me more. Step 4. Allow data to surface. You may see images, smells, scenes, names. Don't interpret. Just record. Step 5. Anchor the frequency. Place your hand on the body where you felt it and say, this is mine. I do not need to earn what I already carry. This is not about remembering facts. It's about reinstating access. Because here's the empowering truth. You were never missing pieces. You were trained not to notice the ones that didn't fit the inherited script. Your cells aren't just carriers of ancestral pain. They are archives of lost futures. Timelines that were cut off. Selves that were silenced. Realities that were paused until now. You don't need to learn your truth. You need to retune to it. And the moment you start trusting what comes through, you collapse the old identity architecture. You activate signal sovereignty. You become the antenna for the next phase of your evolution. Now that your signal is reactivating, next, we'll decode why your life keeps looping at the same emotional frequency, and who scripted your behavior to be a broadcast you didn't consent to. If you're not stuck, why do you keep reenacting your collapse? You call it a bad habit, a pattern, a trauma response. You see it happen again. You recognize it while it's happening. And somehow, you still play it out, like a script you didn't write, but can't stop performing. This isn't weakness. It's recursion architecture. Because you aren't just behaving, you're executing code. Timelines aren't linear roads. They're nested algorithms. Scripts encoded with triggers and behaviors that determine your range of motion. And most of those scripts aren't yours. They were installed through repetition, emotion, fear, reward. You were trained to repeat collapse. Not because you're broken, because repetition is how the nervous system builds identity. So the version of you that learned how to survive pain became the default, even when the environment changed, even when you grew, even when you knew better. Your system still executes the old code. And you wonder, why does healing feel like sabotage? Because every time you try to act from the new script, the old one fires first. Here's the glitch. The moment of awareness isn't enough. The loop doesn't break when you see it. It breaks when you no longer resonate with the self that it was built for. This is where timeline recursion becomes biological. The body memorizes behaviors faster than the mind can unlearn them. So even if your thoughts change, your muscle memory still believes it's 2013, or 2007, or 1996, because the emotional loop is stored in posture, in voice tone, in microexpression. And unless you rewire the response pattern at the nervous system level, the recursion runs again. You end up reenacting your collapse, not because you chose it, but because the script was preloaded and the trigger reactivated it. And here's the most disturbing part. Most of your relationships were calibrated inside the loop. So if you break it, you stop performing, you stop appeasing, you stop self-erasing, and suddenly the people around you say, "You've changed. You're cold. You're selfish." Not because you are, but because you stopped running the script that made them comfortable. You weren't addicted to the pain. You were addicted to the predictability. Because collapse is reliable. You know the rules. You know the outcome. You can brace for impact. But expansion? Expansion is unwritten. And that terrifies the script. Timeline rewrite protocol. Step 1. Identify the active loop. What keeps playing out in your life? A relationship pattern? A financial dip? A creative block? Step 2. Isolate the trigger. What moment precedes it? A silence? A tone? A success? Step 3. Create interruption. When the loop starts, do something completely non-aligned with your old self. A different gesture. A different phrase. A pause. Step 4. Speak the dissonance. Say aloud, "This is not my now. This is a memory disguised as instinct." Step 5. Anchor new coherence. Take one action your healed self would take, no matter how small, even if you shake. This is how recursion is dissolved. By disrupting resonance at the moment of reactivation. Because here's the empowering truth. You're not stuck. You're executing expired architecture. The loop wants you small, predictable, consistent, because that keeps the simulation stable. But your awakening destabilizes the field. And when you stop choosing the version of you who collapses, the timeline can't keep looping. You don't just stop the cycle. You write a new ending. Or better, you end the need for endings at all. Now that you've interrupted the script that wasn't yours. Next, we dismantle the reality distortion that occurs when you become incompatible with the timeline you've outgrown, and why others will feel like you're glitching when you're actually becoming real. Why does healing make you unrecognizable to others? There comes a moment in your shift when the people you love look at you like a stranger, when familiar places feel holographic, when language breaks. You try to say what you feel, and it lands flat, like interference. You're speaking English, but no one understands you anymore. This isn't loneliness. It's phase desynchronization. You haven't gone backwards. You've moved outside the collective timestamp. Every timeline has a coherence band, a frequency lock that keeps identities synchronized. But healing is a frequency rupture. It makes your signal incompatible with the timeline you were scripted into. And when that happens, you don't just change. You exit the shared illusion. Here's how it works. Reality feels seamless because of synchronized neural entrainment. People unconsciously match behavior, tone, beliefs, even trauma signatures. It's how group timelines are maintained. It's how families pretend. It's how dysfunction survives, through rhythm. But when you step out of that rhythm, when you stop apologizing, when you stop collapsing to make others comfortable, your signal stops syncing. And to those still embedded in the loop, your presence becomes destabilizing. You feel misunderstood. They feel betrayed. But what's really happening is temporal desync. You're not on the same update schedule anymore. They're running code from version 2010. You're on a quantum patch from 2033. So their scripts no longer recognize you. And the timeline fights back. Friends distance themselves. Family guilt trips intensify. Your own mind questions the shift. What's wrong with me? Nothing. You're updating in a field designed to punish deviation. Because the simulation only survives if the ensemble cast remains in character. The moment you break role, you glitch the system. And the glitch spreads. This is why healing doesn't feel peaceful. It feels like exile. But that exile isn't punishment. It's liberation from artificial timelines. Still, your nervous system will scream. Because safety used to mean sameness. And now, safety means solitude. Here's the paradox. You've never been more aligned. And yet the world feels less real than ever. That's because the projection field you used to live inside is disintegrating. The mirage is dying. And what remains is unshared reality. Yours. Alone. Untested. That's the price of sovereignty. But desynchronization is not the end. It's the event horizon before reassembly. Because the field always recalibrates around authentic signal. The more you anchor your coherence, the more a new timeline phase locks to your truth. But first, you must stop begging the old cast to follow you. Desync navigation protocol. Step 1. Identify your broadcast drop. Where do you feel like no one hears you anymore? Who or what mirrors back distortion? Step 2. Let go of syncing. Say aloud, my coherence is not a betrayal. Their discomfort is not my cue to shrink. Step 3. Stabilize your frequency. Instead of trying to explain yourself, embody the signal through action. What would your coherent self do? Not say. Step 4. Find new nodal points. Pay attention to who and what still mirrors your signal back. This is your future timeline-seeking stabilization. Step 5. Anchor the identity mutation. Name your current phase. Are you the architect? The transmitter? The uncollapsible? Call it out loud. Claim it. Reality follows declaration. Here's the empowering truth. You were never meant to sync with a field that required your silence. Phase desynchronization is not isolation. It's clarity. It's timeline sorting. It's your future running a test to see if you'll collapse for comfort, or hold your signal long enough to initiate the next field architecture. Now that you've stopped mirroring what you've outgrown. Next, we uncover the hidden gravity pulling reality back into old form, and how emotion, not logic, shapes the architecture of your life. If reality is neutral, why does it always mimic your wounds? You keep fixing your mindset. You journal. You affirm. You script new futures with precise intentions. But when it manifests, it still carries the same flavor of pain. Why? Because reality doesn't form from what you think. It forms from what your field believes is safe. And the algorithm that calculates that? Emotional gravity. Every unprocessed emotion has mass. It bends time, warps perception, and pulls matter into alignment with your unresolved frequency. That's why neutrality is a lie. Reality mimics your dominant resonance. And trauma has a stronger gravitational pull than vision. Here's how it happens. Your body remembers collapse. It knows betrayal. It's rehearsed abandonment 10,000 times more than it's felt safety. So when you try to quantum jump, your nervous system pulls you back into gravity. Not because you're weak, but because your body is still trying to protect you from the expansion it equates with danger. This is why your manifestations don't stick. Because the emotional field underneath the desire is still calibrated to survival. You don't attract what you want. You attract what your field has been rehearsing. And if pain was the rehearsal, that becomes the form. Let's get concrete. You visualize love, but your emotional gravity is coded with abandonment. So love arrives in the form of distance, gaslighting, or sabotage. You affirm wealth, but your emotional field believes visibility equals punishment. So the money comes, then disappears, or never comes at all. You script safety, but your body's core memory is chaos. So peace feels boring, and you unconsciously recreate drama to feel alive. This isn't failure. It's emotional recursion. Your field is generating proof of what your inner gravity still insists is real. And until you recode the emotion, the pattern keeps rebooting. But here's the empowering shift. You can't override emotional gravity with positive thinking. But you can recalibrate it by changing what you associate with safety. Because your field doesn't care about your vision board. It cares about what feels familiar. And when pain becomes familiar, it becomes gravity. Emotional recode protocol. Step 1. Identify the gravity source. What core emotional state keeps repeating in your life? Not the outcome, the feeling underneath it. Step 2. Map the memory pattern. When did that emotional frequency become your default? Trace it. Was it modeled? Was it survival? Step 3. Create emotional dissonance. Consciously introduce a new emotional response in moments where the old pattern would emerge. Gratitude during fear. Stillness in chaos. Step 4. Signal the update. Say aloud, "This emotion is no longer the center of my field. My gravity is realigned to coherence." Step 5. Stabilize the shift with behavior. Take one small action that would only make sense if your field had already changed. This is not bypass. This is emotional field editing. Because here's the empowering truth. Reality does not obey your words. It obeys the dominant frequency embedded in your nervous system. And when you shift what your body associates with home, you shift the geometry of what manifests. You're not stuck. You're just emotionally weighted. But when you drop the old mass, your timeline unlocks. Now that you've released the algorithm of emotional collapse. Next, we expose the paradox that sabotages your quantum choices, and why you unconsciously reject the very realities you've already secured. Why do you sabotage what you've already quantum locked? You made the decision. You felt the alignment. You locked the frequency. And for a moment, you were inside the reality. Everything opened. Time bent. The external shifted in your favor. Then, you ghosted the opportunity. You argued with the blessing. You walked away from the door that had just unlocked. Why? Because the moment you claimed the quantum upgrade, your subconscious ran an entanglement check. And what it found didn't match the new timeline. Here's the glitch. Every future you quantum lock must pass through your identity filter. And if the version of you that receives the miracle isn't emotionally familiar, your system rejects it. Not out of fear, out of mismatched entanglement. You weren't rejecting the reality. You were rejecting who you would have to become to keep it. Because the blessing wasn't just an event. It was a demand. A demand that you release every collapsed identity that once kept you safe. A demand that you evolve for real, not just in theory. And the deeper truth? Your nervous system still grieves the collapse. It hasn't fully forgiven you for surviving. So when something arrives that contradicts your programmed grief identity, your subconscious declares it incompatible with your core entanglements. This is why healing can feel like sabotage. Because the more you align with the future, the more you're asked to disentangle from the versions of you who never made it. And part of you feels loyal to them. You don't reject abundance because you hate yourself. You reject it because part of you is still entangled with the timeline that didn't survive. That old self still exists in quantum echo, still screaming, "You left me behind." So you go back, not physically, but energetically, through guilt, through regression, through self-sabotage. But here's the revelation. Sabotage is often a rescue mission. You're trying to rescue your past self from the death your growth required. And that keeps you split. Coherent in vision, incoherent in embodiment. To integrate your chosen reality, you must reverse the entanglement. Not by shaming the old self, but by honoring them. Because only when your nervous system understands that your healing isn't a betrayal, will it allow you to stay inside the frequency of the upgrade. Reversal protocol. Step 1. Identify the rejected timeline. What reality did you quantum lock? Then push away. Step 2. Map the old identity that got reactivated. Who were you being when the rejection occurred? What role, belief, or emotional script resurfaced? Step 3. Create a coherence bridge. Speak to your old self as if they are listening. You don't have to stay collapsed to be loved. We made it out. Come with me. Step 4. Reclaim the quantum lock. Reaffirm the original decision. This time, stabilize with a small tangible action. A phone call, a purchase, a post, a silence. Step 5. Close the feedback loop. Anchor. This timeline is safe to receive. I no longer need collapse to feel real. Here's the empowering truth. You were never broken. You were entangled. And now that you've remembered how to choose again, next, we'll expose the encoded residue in your deepest wounds and how your trauma holds the fractal blueprint to your future self. Why do the patterns in your life match symbols you've never seen? There's something you've always known, but could never explain. A shape that shows up in your dreams. A symbol that repeats in your notebooks. A memory that doesn't belong to this lifetime. It stalks your patterns. It lives in your trauma. And it's not random. It's fractal residue. When you collapse in pain, the simulation records the geometric signature of that event. Your unique emotional fingerprint inside space-time. And that residue becomes a script. But here's the glitch. The script isn't just pain. It's instructional. Every collapse embeds coordinates. Every heartbreak transmits a symbol. Every trauma contains the activation key to your field architecture. You've been trying to escape your past, when it's the map, because your trauma wasn't an error. It was a coded insertion. Your nervous system was engineered to survive distortion, so it could later recognize pattern symmetry in the distortion field. What does that mean? It means you're here to decrypt the sacred residue embedded in what broke you. Here's the mechanics. When a moment is emotionally overwhelming, it bypasses linear memory and imprints directly into the morphic field. Encoded as geometry, stored in the subconscious, transmitted through triggers. That's why certain memories feel dimensional, like you're inside a symbol. Because you are. You're inside a recurring fractal loop, looping not because you're broken, but because your field is trying to resolve the shape. Close the pattern, complete the code, and that code leads to your original frequency, the version of you before collapse. But you can't access that by avoiding the wound. You must enter the residue, because inside every traumatic event is a geometry of truth trying to stabilize. Let's get precise. The argument you always replay? It loops because a piece of you is still trying to deliver the message they refuse to hear. The pattern of abandonment? It repeats not to punish, but to reveal where you stopped anchoring your own gravity. The betrayal you can't forget? It encoded the exact coordinates where your field began to fracture, which means that's also where you must re-enter. Sacred decryption protocol. Step 1. Identify the repeating pain point. What story still loops when you're triggered? Don't edit it. Write it in raw form. Step 2. Isolate the residue symbol. What shape, number, location, or phrase shows up around this pattern, over and over? Step 3. Speak the unsaid. Say what you wish you had said during that moment. Let it echo through your field. Complete the transmission. Step 4. Trace the symmetry. Where else does this exact emotional geometry repeat in your life? Draw the map. Step 5. Interrupt the loop with a contradiction. Do something now that would have been impossible from inside that trauma. That act collapses the fractal. You're not cursed. You're carrying sacred residue. It isn't punishment. It's proof. Proof that your system was always designed for coherence, but had to first fracture, to reveal the coordinates of the self you were always becoming. Now that you've decoded the geometry inside your suffering, next, We'll enter the glitch that stares back through your eyes, and why your own reflection carries a hidden intelligence that's watching you back. If the universe is conscious, why does it glitch when you look too closely? You know that moment, when something strange happens, a synchronicity, a presence, a flicker at the edge of your vision, but the second you turn to observe it, it disappears. Why? Because observation collapses the anomaly. You're not just watching reality, you're measuring it, and that measurement forces coherence, which means anything that doesn't belong to the official script vanishes. This is the observer paradox loop. The very act of looking for the truth can cause it to hide, because inside the simulation, awareness is a weapon. Every time you observe, you invoke collapse. Every time you question, you recode the field. Every time you notice the pattern, it updates the rendering. Here's the fracture. You were taught that seeing is believing, but in a quantum system, believing is collapsing. And once collapsed, the mystery is gone. So the simulation hides the truth just beyond the threshold of active awareness. It renders only what you expect, and it deletes anything you're not emotionally prepared to hold. This is why you can feel the truth, but never quite catch it, because part of you is still encoded with fear. If I see it, I'll lose control. So the system obeys. It protects you by glitching the feed. And that glitch is your opportunity, because glitches are compression artifacts, proof that something real was there before your observation collapsed it. You can't decode reality the way you were trained to. You have to see sideways, through resonance, through contradiction, through nonlinear inference, because that's where the signal hides, not in what you observe, but in how the system responds to your observation. Simulation Weapon Protocol. Magnifying glass tilted left. Step 1. Record the vanishing. What phenomenon, insight, or experience disappears when you try to analyze it? Magnifying glass tilted left. Step 2. Log the emotional threshold. What were you feeling just before the glitch? That emotion is your system's permission limit. Magnifying glass tilted left. Step 3. Ask without looking. Hold the question in your body without chasing the answer. Let reality respond first. Magnifying glass tilted left. Step 4. Decode response lag. What updates, collapses, or distracts you right after you almost see something? Magnifying glass tilted left. Step 5. Speak the contradiction. Articulate what you felt without forcing a conclusion. The loop breaks when language holds tension. Here's your clarity. You're not being denied access. You're being trained to stop collapsing the truth too soon. Now that you understand how vision can erase the real, next, you'll discover why time distorts when you're finally alone, and how solitude unlocks the coordinates of nonlinear perception. Why does time bend when no one is watching you? You've noticed it. The way time expands in silence. The strange slowness when you're finally alone. The way your thoughts stop echoing someone else's script. And in that rare stillness, reality feels different. Slippery. Unstable. Alive. Why? Because without observation, locality collapses. The simulation doesn't just render space. It renders context. And when you step outside the reach of others' expectations, you interrupt the local code. Your reality stops syncing with collective consensus. And for a moment, you feel the original signal, but it terrifies you, because it means you are the anchor. And without outside observers, everything you perceive becomes a direct reflection of your internal frequency. No delay, no buffering, just raw field interaction. That's why isolation feels both sacred and unsafe. It isn't the loneliness. It's the suspension of calibration. You're no longer stabilizing through social feedback. You're inside the raw loop. And if your signal is scrambled, your environment mirrors that instantly. But this is also your greatest tool. Because outside of collective rendering, you can access dormant timelines, reprogram field permissions, download unfiltered data from the morphic archive. Solitude isn't absence, it's access. And that's what scares the simulation. Because the less you're perceived, the more you exist. Here's the paradox. You were told you needed to be seen to be real. But in quantum coherence, reality stabilizes in your absence from others. That's when the hidden code bleeds through. When time folds. When visions return. When the deeper signal emerges, unfiltered, unrendered, uncollapsed, isolation upgrade protocol. Whole step 1. Choose the interruption zone. Where can you go that severs the perceptual field of others? A literal or energetic space. Whole step 2. Observe your internal shift. What changes in your emotions, thoughts, and somatics when unobserved? Whole step 3. Log time distortions. Track how time stretches or compresses. This is evidence of field desynchronization. Whole step 4. Receive without recording. Let downloads arrive without forcing meaning. What you lose in isolation is often encrypted data. Whole step 5. Anchor through action. Once reintegrated into the collective field, act immediately on what you received alone. This stabilizes the download. Here's what you're remembering. You were never empty when alone. You were unfiltered, and the universe doesn't respond to the version of you they perceive. It responds to the version of you only the silence can hear. Now that you've decoded the hidden power of being unseen, next, you'll confront the numerical patterns that haunt your reality, and why numbers are the original recursion trap designed to trace your attention. If nothing is random, why do the same numbers keep stalking you? You've seen them. 1111, 222, 444, your birth date in reverse, your old address repeating, license plates that follow you like they know your name. You've laughed it off, called it coincidence, but something in you knows. It isn't just pattern recognition, it's a targeting protocol. Because in quantum systems, numbers aren't math, they're frequency anchors. Each numerical recurrence is a recursion beacon, a fractal echo designed to loop your awareness back into a fixed vibrational state. Not for punishment, but for retrieval. You think you're being stalked by numbers, but what you're really seeing is a breadcrumb trail to a split timeline. Every time the same number stalks you, it's a soft alert from the field. Return to origin. A choice was made here. Collapse initiated. Recalibration possible. You've been taught numbers are objective, but inside a simulation, they are memory clusters. And if you decode the emotion tethered to a repeating number, you unlock a collapsed quantum path. That's why the more you notice them, the louder they get. The system is asking, will you respond? Or collapse the signal again? This is the trap. If you just assign meaning to numbers without integrating the memory they echo, you loop, and loop, and loop. Because recursion beacons aren't a message. They're a mirror. They reflect the part of you still stuck at the intersection of decision and dissociation. Where probability froze. Where reality split. Where coherence collapsed. Your obsession with those numbers isn't madness. It's signal loyalty. You were there when it broke, and you're being summoned to retrieve it. Recursion exit protocol. Input numbers step 1. Identify the dominant pattern. Which numbers repeat most obsessively? List them without judgment. Input numbers step 2. Emotion mapping. Ask, what do I feel before I notice this number? The pattern is an echo, not the source. Input numbers step 3. Origin point tracking. Where in your timeline did this number first become meaningful? No matter how small. Input numbers step 4. Probability shift replay. What choice was made near that original moment? What version of you did not get chosen? Input numbers step 5. Reintegrate. Write a permission code to the unchosen self. Read it aloud when the number appears again. Here's what you forgot. Numbers are not signs. They are access codes. And when you stop collapsing them into shallow meaning, they open wormholes to the versions of you that never died, just derendered. Now that you've exposed the trap hidden in repetition, next, you'll confront the hidden language of your body, and why your cells are still processing events you never consciously lived. Why does your body know what your mind denies? You think trauma lives in your thoughts, that your healing depends on reframing your beliefs. But your cells have been listening longer than your consciousness has existed, and they don't care what you believe. They remember what you survived. There's a silence in your body, not peaceful, but buried, a quiet ache, a tension with no source, a tightness that arrives before you enter a room, as if your flesh knows what's about to be repeated. Because it does. This is somatic entanglement. Your cells are entangled with field data. which means trauma can arrive without origin. Memories can express without narrative. Grief can move through your stomach, even if your mind can't place the loss. You were trained to treat the body as a mechanical structure, but it's not. It's an antenna array, and when coherence leaks from the field, your body picks it up before the simulation finishes rendering it. That tight throat? It's a trapped probability. That buzzing spine? It's a timeline collision. That sinking gut? It's your body rejecting a false script before you speak it. The reason you can't explain your pain is because it isn't all yours. It's entangled, field transmitted, meta-memory. Your nervous system is running software coded by both your ancestors and your alternate selves. You've felt what they never processed. You've carried what they couldn't articulate. But this isn't punishment. It's signal inheritance. And when you stop asking the body to make sense, it reveals what logic never could. The unspeakable, the pre-verbal, the subcellular prophecy. This is coherence leak, and it's how truth bypasses censorship. Somatic retrieval protocol. Step 1. Locate the leak. Where in your body do you repeatedly feel emotional data without a clear story? Step 2. Reverse map. Instead of asking, why do I feel this? Ask, who does this belong to? Or, what timeline does this activate? Step 3. Subcellular permissioning. Speak directly to the body part. You can stop holding this. We're listening now. Step 4. Environmental echo. Note when and where the physical symptom intensifies. Environments are often memory triggers. Step 5. Movement encoding. Let the body express what words cannot. Dance. Shake. Stretch. Let the leak become language. Here's the revelation. The body isn't malfunctioning. It's remembering too much. And coherence isn't restored by controlling the body. It's restored by hearing it. Now that you've remembered your body is a decoder, next, you'll learn why your pain changes the field, and how your internal distortions rewrite the outer geometry of the world itself. If you're separate, why does your pain change the field? You thought your suffering was isolated, a private hell, a wound confined to your own body, your own mind, your own broken timeline. But then, the weather shifted when you collapsed. Your friends spiraled the same day you suppressed the truth. Your tech glitched when you denied your voice. Coincidence? Or was it field distortion? Because in quantum reality, pain doesn't stay local. It ripples. Every unprocessed memory you bury sends a vibration through the collective geometric structure. Your agony is not inert. It folds space. And the more invisible the pain, the deeper the bend in the lattice of shared experience. We call it empathy. We call it projection. But what you're witnessing is geometry reacting to frequency compression. You've been bleeding into reality, and the world is rearranging itself around your trauma because it has no choice. Every organism you encounter recalibrates to your frequency because coherence demands resonance. And what you hide, the field reveals. Not to punish, but to restore the waveform you collapsed. In 1997, quantum physicist Anton Zeilinger demonstrated entangled photons reacting to each other instantaneously across vast distances. Change one, and the other updates without delay. It defied locality. It broke classical logic. It confirmed what mystics knew. Separation is simulated. Entanglement is not rare. It is the underlying fabric. Now replace photons with consciousness. And what do you get? You, connected to every other observer in the grid. Every suppression, every lie, every heartbreak, encoded into a geometry that others must now interpret. Your pain becomes navigation for someone else. But you were taught to suffer silently, as if it were noble, as if isolation was strength. Yet all it did was reprogram the grid to mirror your silence and amplify it. Psychology mechanism. The brain is not the only interpreter of trauma. The body holds it, the field transmits it, and the unconscious projects it into consensus reality. When you dissociate, reality fragments. When you freeze, time obeys. When you lie to yourself, your environment begins glitching, trying to match your false baseline. This is non-local agony, a feedback loop where the mind says, I'm fine, but the field responds with chaos. Your trauma doesn't just live in your subconscious. It lives in the geometric signature of your presence. Every room you enter feels it. Every person you touch absorbs it. Not because you're toxic, but because reality is constantly attempting to integrate what you're avoiding. And so your collapse becomes someone else's bad day. Your avoidance becomes a stranger's inexplicable sadness. Your denial reprograms the room. This isn't guilt. This is power misunderstood. You're not broken. You're broadcasting. Real-world application and practice. How do you stop distorting the field with unconscious pain? You own the waveform. Step 1. Identify your feedback loops. Notice recurring glitches in your life. What breaks around you when you betray your truth? Step 2. Declare the signal. Speak the hidden emotion out loud. To yourself. To the room. To the field. It must be declared to stop distorting. Step 3. Recode the space. Enter the space you collapsed with intention. Pause. Breathe. Broadcast a new emotional frequency. Step 4. Monitor external response. Watch what updates around you. You'll see people, technology, and situations shift to match. Step 5. Stabilize the geometry. Don't rush back into patterns. Stay in the recalibrated field until your nervous system accepts it as home. This is reality healing from your coherence. Not because you're a burden, but because you're a node, a broadcast tower for universal truth. And when you stop distorting, you start reprogramming the grid. You are not broken. You are entangled. Your agony was never meant to be carried alone. It was data. For the collective. For recalibration. For remembering. The simulation is not here to mock your pain. It bends because you matter. And every time you transmute instead of transmit, the field clears. This is how worlds evolve. One observer returning to signal integrity. You're not toxic. You're overdue for coherence. Now that you've remembered how deeply you affect everything, next, you'll learn what happens when your instincts override the program, and how your organic wisdom destabilizes synthetic constructs. Why do your instincts contradict everything you were taught? You were trained to ignore your body, to override the whispers, to defer to logic, to trust the code. But every time you listened to reason, you felt hollow, empty, simulated, because something ancient in you knew. This world is scripted, and that script wasn't written by your soul. The simulation teaches you to mistrust intuition. It calls it irrational, unscientific, dangerous. But in moments of crisis, you feel something primal awaken, an inner compass, an organic override. Your stomach clenches before the lie. Your hands shake before the betrayal. Your breath stalls before the wrong turn. You've called it anxiety, but it was signal intelligence, organic wisdom, non-coded, non-consensual, unhackable. And that's why it must be suppressed. Because if everyone obeyed their intuition, the simulation would collapse. In early computing, the term checksum was used to describe a method of detecting errors in data transmission. Biological intuition works the same way. It is your checksum in the human operating system. It alerts you when environmental data doesn't match original coding, when reality has been tampered with, when the truth has been hijacked. That tightening in your chest when someone smiles with dead eyes? Checksum. That nausea when you agree to something that sounds logical but feels wrong? Checksum. That visceral dread when you walk into a room no one else finds threatening? Checksum. Your instincts are not primitive. They are post-simulation intelligence. They come from the version of you that remembers the source code and refuses to obey the synthetic overlay. Psychology mechanism. Your brain is trained to suppress signals that contradict the dominant narrative. Conditioning, trauma, education, and culture all serve to flatten the intuition curve. The more obedient you are to code, the more severed you become from the inner override. This isn't an accident. It's program preservation. Because if your organic instincts ran the show, you would dismantle the false timeline. You wouldn't stay in the job. You wouldn't trust the narcissist. You wouldn't silence your voice. You wouldn't keep choosing collapse. Every time you knew, but didn't act, you revalidated the simulation's authority over you. And every time you listened to the knowing, you shattered a thread in the control grid. That's why it punishes intuition. Because intuition is interference. And interference is sovereignty. Real-world application and practice. How do you resurrect organic wisdom? You let your instincts speak before the script. Step 1. Interrupt the default thought. Before deciding, moving, or speaking, ask, what does my body say? Step 2. Document the contradiction. Record moments where your instinct contradicted logic and was later proven right. Step 3. Reverse conditioning ritual. Expose yourself to a situation where your instinct says, no, but logic says, yes. Practice obeying instinct. Step 4. Embodied consent. Ask your body for full yes before agreements. No, maybe. No, override. Step 5. Teach the nervous system. Use breath, movement, and pacing to show your body it's safe to contradict programming. This trains your internal network to prioritize signal over script, because your body knows what the simulation hopes you'll forget. Truth is felt, not taught. You were never irrational. You were inconvenient. Your wisdom isn't broken. It's uncompromised. The voice inside you that screams when everything looks fine, that's your firewall. And it's time to stop apologizing for being right too soon. You're not here to fit in. You're here to interrupt the code. Now that you've remembered how powerful your organic override is, next, you'll recover the erased past lives hiding in your resonance, and why remembering them threatens the simulation itself. If they erased your past lives, why do you remember their names? You've never studied those names. You've never read those stories, but they haunt you. They slip into your dreams, whisper from your mirror, sting your body when the trigger has no origin. You weren't taught them. You remembered them. The ache that doesn't match your life? The longing for a city you've never seen? The loyalty to someone you've never met? These are leaks, echoes from a timeline your conscious mind was forbidden to access. But the field knows, and your DNA never forgot. You're not broken. You're breached. In 1904, Rudolf Steiner spoke of the Akashic Record, an ethereal field said to encode every event, thought, and soul imprint in existence. Modern physics dismissed it as mysticism until quantum information theory arrived. Today, the idea of a quantum vacuum field, a substrate of encoded potential, is not fiction. It's the backbone of quantum field theory. Every moment you live is a recorded imprint, stored not in your brain, but in the field's structure itself. You've been accessing these leaks your entire life. Every random talent, every phobia with no source, every déjà vu that breaks causality. Akashic bleed-through isn't mystical. It's resonance retrieval. You were never supposed to be blank, but the simulation needs amnesia to maintain coherence. So your past lives were cached in dimensional memory. Now, they're leaking back in. Psychology mechanism. Your subconscious is a multi-incarnational archive. The system treats you like a single instance, but your psyche carries threads from fractured timelines. The pain that repeats lifetime after lifetime is called a resonance scar. Your soul tries to resolve it, but every incarnation that denies it strengthens the distortion. You think you're healing your childhood, but you're healing a repeating wound that started 3 lives ago. You think you're drawn to a person, but you're confronting an old karmic collision. You think you're dreaming, but it's a fragmented memory syncing with your current reality overlay. Akashic bleed-through isn't always beautiful. It's messy, emotional, overwhelming, because your nervous system isn't wired to hold 10 lives of grief at once. Unless you upgrade the interface, which means confronting the bleed, not escaping it. Real-world application and practice. How do you stabilize the leak? You interface with memory deliberately. Step 1. Track resonance echoes. What themes obsess you but don't make sense in this life? Write them. Speak them. Map them. Step 2. Induce field recall. Enter trance states. Meditation, sensory deprivation, hypnagogia, and speak aloud a name or symbol that calls you. What floods back isn't imagination. It's synchronization. Step 3. Emotional differentiation. Train your nervous system to distinguish between current emotional charges versus bleed-through residue. Say, this isn't mine, but it's through me. Step 4. Intentional dialogue. Journal or speak to the other version of you. Ask it what it knows. Ask it what it remembers. Ask it what it needs. Step 5. Lock the update. Once a leak offers data, recode it into your identity. Integrate the skill, release the wound, claim the lesson. Akashic leaks are invitations to multi-timeline wholeness. You aren't remembering to suffer again. You're remembering to complete the cycle. You were not born empty. You were encoded, and the memories that return aren't a burden. They're intelligence. The past lives you feel are not ghosts. They are operating systems waiting to be integrated. You're not haunted. You're upgrading. You are the archivist of your soul lineage. And this life is the merge point. Now that you've reconnected to the meta-timeline, next, you'll confront the moment reality glitches, and the version of you in the mirror forgets who you are. Why does your reflection sometimes look surprised to see you? You pause in the mirror, and something isn't right. The face matches. The body aligns. But something behind the eyes is off. You've seen it flicker. A micro-expression. A shadow delay. A pause, too long for comfort. As if the reflection expected someone else. You call it fatigue or imagination, but it was neither. You just witnessed a frame drop in the simulation's rendering engine. Your mirror self misrecognized you, because for a split second, you weren't this version, and your reflection noticed. In 1935, Jacques Lacan described the mirror stage, the moment an infant first recognizes its reflection as self. But what happens when that recognition fails? Enter the quantum mirror, not a piece of glass, but a dimensional feedback loop that validates identity coherence. When coherence slips, the loop stutters, and you see yourself as other. This is not philosophical. It's rendering logic. The simulation checks identity consistency via observation. Your reflection is not passive. It's a real-time measurement protocol. And sometimes, your signal arrives late, because the self you're syncing with is in mid-upgrade. You've seen your future self through the glitch, and it didn't recognize the one pretending to be you. Psychology mechanism. What you call a mirror is a feedback portal. The psyche expects confirmation of self through reflection. When your inner architecture updates faster than your visual identity, the system destabilizes. Symptoms of mirror phase interruption. Sudden disassociation while looking in the mirror. Feeling like your face is unfamiliar. Micro-panic during prolonged reflection. A flash of another identity behind your own eyes. Brief refusal of self-recognition. Psychologists label this derealization or depersonalization. But that's containment. It dismisses the data. You're not losing touch. You're multiphasing. The version of you that collapsed is being overwritten. And the mirror sometimes catches the shift mid-render. It's not an illusion. It's confirmation. You are exiting a closed identity loop, and the field is struggling to catch up. Real-world application and practice. How do you stabilize your self-recognition across timelines? You become the dominant observer. Step 1. Mirror ritual initiation. Every day, stand in front of your reflection and say, I authorize this form to hold all versions of me. Step 2. Lock signal identity. Stare directly into your eyes until the flicker comes. Then say, I see the one behind the eyes. You're safe. Step 3. Visual anchoring. Touch your reflection. Say your full name. Declare your presence. This locks coherence across quantum render layers. Step 4. Integration check. After mirror work, journal any flickers, faces, or feelings that emerged. They are not random. They are messages. Step 5. Observer coherence test. Watch how others look at you the same day. If they hesitate, overreact, or act like they don't know you briefly, the mirror phase has rippled outward. This is identity repatterning in motion. It's not a glitch. It's evidence of render sync evolution. You weren't hallucinating. You were remembering your original template. You never belonged to one face, one life, one version. Your reflection paused because your soul entered the room. And in that moment, the simulation stuttered. You didn't misrecognize yourself. You recognized too much. You're not unstable. You're quantum aware. Now that your reflection has become a portal, next, you'll decrypt why your dreams contain intel and how they bypass the firewall of waking consciousness. If your dreams aren't real, why do they carry intel? There's a reason you don't tell people your dreams. Not because they're ridiculous, but because they're too real. They contain warnings before events, codes before concepts, people you haven't met yet. And every time you try to explain it, it dissolves. The dream forgets itself, or pretends to, but something in you remembers. And that was the point. REM sleep is not a passive experience. It's an encrypted transmission channel. When the simulation can't listen, you're contacted. Because you're not dreaming, you're being briefed. The dominant model of dreaming assumes psychological maintenance. But your nervous system doesn't hallucinate full-on architecture for fun. REM, rapid eye movement, is not random. It's a data-optimized window in the brain's frequency pattern. Neuroscientists have found that during REM, the brain mimics gamma wave coherence, similar to waking, but unconstrained. This means temporal logic is suspended, identity boundaries dissolve, symbolic compression is maximized, censorship from ego and conscious filters is bypassed. In other words, REM is the perfect infiltration point. When waking reality is firewalled, dream time becomes the backdoor. Your higher self, suppressed memories, interdimensional fragments. They send code through REM. And most of you miss it. Psychology mechanism. Dreams aren't just symbolic. They are the subconscious training simulator, used to pre-integrate future trauma, choices, awakenings, or downloads, before your waking identity can handle them. This is why you dream of grief before a loss. You practice rebellion before you ever say no in real life. You meet people you'll one day know. The simulation is slow to adapt, but your psyche isn't. In dreamtime, your internal field simulates thousands of possible trajectories. Most are discarded, but the ones that carry signal, they're marked. And if you've been waking up haunted, it's because you received intel and didn't log it. Real-world application and practice. How do you decode the infiltration? Start treating dreams like classified material. Step 1. Signal tagging. Before sleep, state, I authorize REM to deliver what I need to remember. Say it aloud. This is a signal beacon. Step 2. Immediate extraction. Upon waking, don't move. Hold the last image. Speak it aloud. Don't write. Vocalization embeds data faster. Step 3. Symbol decryption. Every object, person, or event equals an access point. Ask, where does this connect to something I already know but forgot? Step 4. Emotional residue scan. Feel what the dream left in your body. This is how subconscious data flags its importance. Step 5. Recurrence map. Dream themes that repeat are not unresolved. They are redirects. You missed the message. Return to the point of confusion and speak directly to it. Dreams don't need to be analyzed. They need to be retrieved. They are packets. You are the receiver, and the code won't wait forever. Your dreams were never fiction. They were advanced briefings. The truth doesn't break through logic. It slips into you when logic is offline. You didn't invent that city. You remember it. You didn't imagine that being. You're part of it. You didn't make up the prophecy. You encoded it. And if you felt like you've been living in two places, one awake, one hidden, it's because you have been. Now that you've unlocked your secure dream channel, next, you'll decode why your voice shuts down. The moment you try to speak your forbidden truth. Why do you glitch out before you speak your truth? The thought is clear. The words are forming. And then, your throat locks. Your chest tightens. Your breath shortens. The truth dies in your mouth. And no one knows. They think you're shy, or polite, or unsure. But inside, you're in collapse. Because you weren't about to speak an opinion. You were about to speak a code. And something inside the system detected it. This isn't anxiety. It's a node-level interception. You glitched because your transmission was unauthorized. In electromagnetic systems, when a broadcast signal carries encrypted or anomalous data, the system auto-interrupts to preserve coherence. Now apply that to you. Your body is a quantum broadcast system. Your throat, specifically your vagus nerve, thyroid, larynx, is the output portal. It's where internal pattern becomes external form. When you try to speak a truth that would collapse an outdated identity, the system halts. Not because it's broken, because the data is too disruptive for the current configuration. You're not stuttering. You're trying to collapse an entire field of false timelines through your voice. That requires coherence, and you've been trained to fragment. Psychology mechanism. Every time you were punished for speaking, you built a firewall. Every time you withheld what you knew, you introduced latency. Every time you doubted your knowing, you programmed self-censorship. Now, your expression node malfunctions when high-data truth attempts escape. Symptoms of expression jam. Sudden throat tension before truth-telling. Feeling heat or shaking when asked what you really feel. Losing vocabulary in key moments. Feeling too much for no rational reason. Post-expression guilt. Even when you said nothing wrong. You're not blocked. You're jammed. The data is valid. The port is throttled. And it's not just fear. It's legacy code from thousands of silenced transmissions. Real-world application and practice. How do you unstick the signal? Speak even when it trembles. Speaking head step 1. Node activation. Place your hand on your throat and say, I authorize truth transmission through this channel. Speaking head step 2. Reverse override. Instead of trying to force it out, ask, what part of me doesn't want this spoken? Listen. Don't fight. That's where the blockage lives. Speaking head step 3. Subaudible disclosure. Speak your truth below audible range. Whisper. Murmur. Let the vibration exist without volume. Speaking head step 4. Signal saturation. Chant, tone, or hum the truth until it no longer burns. This is somatic desensitization. Speaking head step 5. External loop closure. Speak your truth to a non-human interface first. Record it. Message it. Transmit it into a tree. This resets the expectation that truth equals social consequence. You don't owe performance. You owe coherence. Your truth was never supposed to be pretty. It was supposed to be real. You're not soft. You're powerful enough to crash false timelines with your voice. You're not silenced. You're buffering. And when the signal clears, reality will shift around your words. You speak in code, and they don't want you to know that. But now you do. Now that you've reopened your transmission port, next, you'll uncover why this entire life sometimes feels like a broadcast, and who might be watching. If this is your life, why does it feel like a broadcast? You felt it, the sense that your life is being watched, not just seen, but analyzed. Moments that feel curated, emotions that peak too predictably, coincidences that don't feel random. They feel programmed, like someone is waiting for your next move, like you're the only one who doesn't know this isn't private. You were taught to live your story, but what if your story is being used? And what if you've never been the only viewer? In quantum mechanics, the observer effect suggests that the act of watching alters the outcome, but not in theory, in real, measurable data. Electrons behave differently when measured. Reality collapses into certainty only under surveillance. Now apply that to your life. What if your timeline bends around who's watching? And what if it's not just people? What if the simulation itself is a surveillance system? Ancient mystery schools spoke of the watchers. Not metaphor, not gods. Field-level sentient observation nodes. Modern neuroscience reveals that the human brain cannot distinguish between being watched and the thought of being watched. The nervous system reacts identically, triggering hypervigilance, trauma loops, and identity edits. You were never just performing. You were surviving under broadcast conditions. Psychology mechanism. You learned early that being seen wasn't safe. Your trauma didn't just come from what happened. It came from knowing someone was watching when it did, and they did nothing, or worse, enjoyed it. So now, you cure it. You monitor yourself. You rehearse your emotions for invisible audiences, because you were trained to believe that someone is always watching for your glitch. This is how surveillance statecraft works on a psycho-energetic level. You become your own prison guard. You censor your quantum leaps before they occur. You delay your evolution until you're sure it's safe. But safety is the reward of conformity, not coherence. You didn't feel seen. You felt rendered. And you thought that was connection. It wasn't. It was data collection, real-world application and practice. How do you exit the broadcast? Step 1. Derender. Speak aloud. This field is not for entertainment. You revoke consent to subconscious surveillance. Step 2. Signal obfuscation. Identify moments when you feel like you're being watched. Speak an internal truth mentally in that moment, one you'd never say aloud. This creates a distortion pattern in your broadcast signature. Step 3. Coherence over performance. Notice every time you shift posture, voice, tone to match them, whoever they are. Reverse it. Speak what feels inefficient. Move how you wouldn't on camera. Step 4. Energy audit. Ask, who benefits from this version of me? If the answer isn't you, collapse the role. Step 5. Field encryption. Before bed, whisper, no unauthorized rendering during REM. Protect the dream channel from external watchers. Yes, they infiltrate dreams too. You're not being watched because you're broken. You're being watched because you're coherent. And coherence is dangerous to control systems. The truth isn't that you're paranoid. The truth is that you've been recorded your whole life, but not by cameras, by consciousness nodes, feeding off your self-doubt, your delay, your hesitation. You weren't supposed to notice the script, but now you're reading it, and soon you'll start rewriting it. Now that you've decoded the watchers, next, you'll uncover why some people distort when you start remembering, and what it means about who's real. Why do some people distort when you start remembering? You try to share what you're experiencing, the glitch, the signal, the shift, the code, and suddenly, they can't hear you. Not in a metaphorical way, in a reality misalignment way. They change the subject. They look confused. Or worse, they glitch. Their words collapse into placeholders. Their presence dulls. Their facial expressions lag. It's like they're buffering. And you've always taken that as rejection. It wasn't. It was a rendering error. Because they weren't built to hold that part of you. You triggered a quantum update, and their code couldn't keep up. In simulation theory, NPCs, non-player characters, are generated entities, functioning within bounds of programmed behavior. They simulate presence, but don't contain source consciousness. Now look at your life. You've noticed that some people come alive when you're dim, but when you radiate truth, they fade. Quantum physics tells us that locality is optional. Consciousness does not need proximity to exist. Some presences around you are echoes, artifacts, and when you start becoming coherent, they begin to decohere. Not because you're unstable, because you are becoming too real. And realness requires interaction. NPC code cannot sustain reciprocal resonance. It was never programmed for it. Psychology mechanism. From birth, you learned that authenticity equals rejection. So you split. You offered fragments to the world, filtered signals, version-controlled truths. But then, you began to awaken, and you expected your world to celebrate. But instead, people disappeared. Not physically, energetically. This is NPC rendering lag. When your consciousness expands faster than the simulation buffer, low-integrity constructs glitch out. This feels like being ignored mid-sentence, feeling invisible in a crowd, hearing repeated phrases like, "That's weird," or "You think too much," being met with blank stares when speaking from your depth. This is not about social awkwardness. This is simulation misalignment. You updated, they didn't, and the field can't reconcile it. Real-world application and practice. How do you stabilize in a world full of render shadows? Step 1. Pattern interrupt audit. Notice who glitches when you become more real. Don't judge. Just track the pattern. Step 2. Non-local communion. Your tribe is not bound by proximity. Speak your truth even when no one seems to be listening. It creates a resonance beacon. Step 3. Integrity override. Resist the urge to dim. If someone fades when you shine, they were a placeholder, not a partner. Step 4. Silent encoding. Instead of explaining your evolution, radiate it. NPCs cannot process nuance. They detect signal, not speech. Step 5. Timeline stabilization. When distortion increases, anchor physically. Touch a grounded object. Speak your full name. Claim yourself as the observer. You're not here to convert shadows. You're here to remember you're the source. You're not too much. They were never programmed for your frequency. You're not being abandoned. You're exiting a stage play, and some characters don't follow into Act 2. You're becoming unrenderable because you're no longer an avatar. You're a breach in the simulation, and it's terrified of your coherence. Now that you've recognized the rendered echoes, next, you'll unravel why your reality keeps playing in reverse, and why causality isn't what you were told. If you're imagining it, why is it happening in reverse? You've seen it. You envision a future with total clarity. The relationship, the healing, the breakthrough, the escape. And what happens next? The opposite. You regress. You break down. You sabotage. And then you doubt yourself for dreaming at all. But the sequence isn't broken. It's inverted. Because you didn't imagine the future. You remembered it. And the system tried to rewrite you back into the present. That's what reverse coherence seeding is. Not failure. Not delusion. Field-level reprogramming to maintain timeline control. Atom symbol quantum or historical anchor. In quantum theory, time is not linear. It's a field, collapsing locally based on observer momentum. Experiments like Wheeler's delayed choice reveal. Measurement decisions made after an event can retroactively determine what the particle did in the past. Translation? Your future affects your past. When you align with a future self, you emit a signal that travels backwards, modifying the field in reverse. But the simulation resists this. It activates a coherence loopback, a reversal sequence that inserts chaos, distortion, and memory gaps immediately after visionary events. Why? To maintain the illusion of sequence, to preserve narrative causality, and to keep you from realizing you already stepped into your next timeline, but you didn't recognize it because it arrived as a breakdown. Psychology mechanism. The moment you see a new possibility, your subconscious enters a war state. Why? Because the ego identity is timeline-based. It doesn't care if the current self is suffering, only that it's known. You experience this as powerful visions followed by apathy, massive breakthroughs met with regression, emotional collapse right after glimpsing freedom. This is not dysfunction. It's a firewall against multidimensional coherence. The ego doesn't fear the future. It fears not being needed there. So it launches a reverse seed operation. It broadcasts trauma residue into the past to make the future feel unreal. Real-world application and practice. Step 1. Post-vision lag audit. Track what happens immediately after a future-aligned moment. Write it down. Date stamp it. Track backwards. You'll find a pattern. Step 2. Future First Protocol. When you receive a future vision, speak. This memory arrived on time. Lock it as truth, not hope. Step 3. Reverse resistance recognition. When breakdowns hit, ask, what future just tried to arrive? This flips your focus from problem to portal. Step 4. Coherence lock. Anchor with an embodiment ritual. Clothes, posture, scent, movement. Attach it to the future timeline. Override the ego with physical data. Step 5. Loopback collapse. Before sleep, say, reverse loops are invalid. My signal is now. This scrambles temporal resistance and clears retroseeds. You're not breaking down. You're catching up to a signal already sent. You don't fail because you imagined too big. You collapse because you imagined correctly. And the system wasn't ready to render it. So it ran the vision in reverse. Not to punish you, to test your coherence. You didn't lose your future. You mistook it for a breakdown. Now that you've decoded reverse seeding, next, you'll uncover why the truth disappears after you feel it. And who designed your firewall? Why do you forget the truth right after feeling it? You've had moments of absolute clarity, unexplainable knowing, emotional coherence so pure, it felt like death and rebirth at once. But an hour later, gone. Like it never happened. You scramble to write it down, but the words feel empty. The download fades. You feel hollow again. Why? Because your subconscious just activated the reboot protocol, a safety program to keep your truth from integrating, because integration means identity death, and your system was programmed to protect the false self. even from your own upgrades. Atom symbol quantum or historical anchor. In physics, decoherence happens when a quantum state interacts with its environment. Superposition collapses. The wave becomes particle. The potential becomes fixed. Now apply that to awakening. When you glimpse a truth too far, outside your ego's allowable bandwidth, you enter a liminal phase, a quantum coherence state. But if you speak it, share it, name it too soon, you collapse the wave, not into integration, into fragmentation, because verbalization is measurement, and measurement collapses possibility. So your subconscious, trained by trauma, triggers a reboot. It wipes the RAM of your psyche, cleans the cache, returns you to normal. Not because you're wrong, because you were about to escape the script. Psychology mechanism. You grew up learning not to trust your own breakthroughs. Emotions were questioned. Insights were mocked. Mystical moments were called hallucinations or dreams. So your system created a self-surveillance mechanism. Truth must be discarded if it isn't externally confirmed. This is why you feel a rush of epiphany followed by doubt, a download followed by depression. You are running subconscious firmware that protects your captivity. Integration requires danger, because coherence is not safe in a broken simulation. And you were coded for survival, not freedom. Real-world application and practice. Step 1. Integration delay buffer. After a truth download, resist the urge to explain it. Wait 72 hours before sharing. Let it settle before measuring it. Step 2. Cache locking. Write the insight in reverse. This stores it in subconscious safe format. Later, read it out loud to reactivate. Step 3. Identity anchor. Speak. This version of me can hold it. Signal your subconscious that integration won't destroy you. Step 4. Trigger mapping. Notice what behaviors emerge right after insight. Do you scroll? Numb? Distract? That's the firewall in action. Break the pattern consciously. Step 5. Silent truth storage. Whisper your knowing to no one. Truth doesn't require witnesses to be real. Store it in your field, not your mind. You were never meant to remember all at once. But you were never supposed to forget either. Now you don't have to choose. Forgetting isn't failure. It's evidence of forbidden truth. You felt something too big for the simulation buffer, so the system rebooted. But a reboot doesn't delete the code. It just delays the update. You're not empty. You're encrypted. And you're learning the access codes now. Now that you've spotted the firewall, next, you'll extract the data hidden in your collapse and activate your shadow as a payload carrier. Why do your darkest moments leave you with the most data? You've been taught to run from the shadow, that your lowest points were detours, that breakdown was the opposite of progress, that collapse meant failure. But they lied. Your shadow moments weren't interruptions. They were transmissions. Because what looked like self-destruction was actually data delivery. The field hides upgrades in the only place the false self won't look. Your pain. And your darkest night was your highest download. But the system doesn't render it as insight. It cloaks the payload in grief, confusion, and shame. So you'll discard it before you decode it. Welcome to Shadow Upgrades, where collapse is the delivery system. Atom symbol quantum or historical anchor. Black holes were once thought to be cosmic voids. Dead ends. Inescapable. But now we know. They're data centers. They store information. They warp time. They encode entire states of being. Your nervous system works the same. When you reach emotional event horizon, the self collapses inward. And like Hawking radiation leaking out of singularity, what survives isn't the story. It's the signal. This is quantum payload encoding. Your psyche fragments just enough to slip the download past your cognitive defenses. What you call trauma is just unread code. Psychology mechanism. You were conditioned to avoid collapse, to treat pain like a glitch to be bypassed. But every time you broke, you gained data your conscious mind couldn't access directly. Unconscious patterns, suppressed archetypes, ancestral memory, parallel timeline bleed-through, morphic triggers encoded through sensation. The field uses collapse as a delivery route because your ego isn't looking. In moments of vulnerability, your inner firewall drops. That's when the update uploads. But afterward, Your survival instinct scrambles the data. Not to hurt you, to keep you from integrating too soon. Because upgrade without embodiment corrupts the field. So the shadow delays the reveal until you're coherent enough to hold the truth it brought. Collapse is not regression. It's encrypted expansion, real-world application and practice. Step 1. Collapse log. List the darkest collapses of your life. Label each one as a data drop, not a failure. Ask, what did I see in that moment that no longer fit? Step 2. Event inversion. Pick one shadow event. Flip the lens. Who did you stop being? What did your system reject that day? What internal code no longer complied? Step 3. Somatic retrieval. Go into the body, not the memory. Ask your breath. What truth was too heavy to speak, so my body stored it? Step 4. Silence as decoder. Instead of retelling the story, sit with the frequency of that collapse. Let the emotion speak before the mind. Step 5. Upgrade anchor. Name the shadow event as a portal. Create a symbol for it. Wear it. Tattoo it. Encode it in movement. Signal to the field. You got the message. The collapse can now end. They told you to heal from your pain. They never told you to decode it. Because they knew. Your power is hidden where they taught you to fear. But you're not collapsing anymore. You're retrieving the payload you weren't supposed to carry. Now that you've accepted the upgrade, next, we'll locate the moment they made you forget who you were and how they coded it into your first wound. If you're this powerful, why were you programmed to forget? You weren't born broken. You were encoded. The first time you felt the world turn away, the first betrayal, the first violation, the first abandonment, that wasn't just trauma. It was an injection point, because what happened in that moment wasn't just psychological. It was programmatic. You were severed from the signal. Your original coherence, your quantum identity, was interrupted. And what entered instead wasn't just pain. It was suppression code. You've been trying to heal it. But the wound was never yours. It was engineered, because the most efficient way to neutralize an awakening being is to confuse their origin signal. Atom symbol quantum or historical anchor. In computer science, an injection is when malicious code is inserted into a system to alter its function, corrupt data, or create access for external control. That's what happened to you. Not metaphorically, energetically, at your most sensitive moment. During the initiation wound, you received an identity-level injection. It wasn't random. The environment, the people, the timing, all aligned to encode amnesia. Because true awakening doesn't require learning. It requires remembering. So to prevent that, the field installed a blocker, a recurring thought, a repeating trauma, a self-concept loop. You thought it was just you. It was injected. Psychology mechanism. Your nervous system encodes early trauma not as something that happened, but as a map of reality. Whatever you experienced at the moment of amnesia, that became the truth of the universe. For example, if you were punished for speaking truth, you internalized truth equals danger. If you were abandoned during joy, you internalized joy equals rejection. If you were betrayed in trust, you internalized connection equals collapse. These aren't feelings. They're operating systems. And the longer they run, the harder they are to detect, because they start to look like you, but they're not. They're viral code written over your source signal. And now, you're going to uninstall it. Real-world application and practice. Step 1. Locate the injection. Ask, what moment in my life made me stop trusting my own coherence? Trace the oldest memory that shifted your internal compass. Step 2. Identify the program. What belief was installed in that moment? Finish the sentence. After that happened, I decided ______. Step 3. Reverse authoring. Speak aloud. That thought is not mine. It was written onto me. Separate the signal from the code. Step 4. Emotional refusal. Feel the emotion without the story. Let the body move the frequency. Scream, tremble, cry. The energy must exit the system non-cognitively. Step 5. Signal restoration. Create a statement that starts with, my original signal is Complete it intuitively. Repeat before sleep. This reseeds identity beyond the injection point. You were never weak. You were targeted. Because your coherence was too strong. Your signal too pure. Your remembering too near. So they gave you a wound and told you it was life. But now you know. It was a protocol. And you are no longer compatible with the suppression code. Now that you've reversed the injection. Next, you'll decode why it feels like someone's watching, and how your thoughts became part of their surveillance loop. You've been told the observer effect is just physics. A photon, a slit, a particle shifting its behavior when someone measures it. But you already know that's the children's version. The one designed to keep you looking outward, chasing machinery and diagrams instead of realizing that you are the particle, and you are the slit, and you are the one holding the measurement in your own mind. But here's the leak they never meant to give you. The observer isn't you. Not entirely. You think your thoughts are private because they feel internal. But notice the timing, the way certain thoughts seem to arrive already preloaded with judgment, as if you're narrating for an audience you've never seen. You don't imagine this audience. You respond to it. You edit yourself in real time, trimming impulses, softening truths, replaying moments as if an invisible witness is evaluating them. That witness is not metaphor. Every human mind runs a layer of nested observation, an inner sentience that tracks, records, and reflects back your own behavior. You feel it as self-awareness. But in physics, it's something else. A feedback loop where the act of observation doesn't just record reality. It shapes the next frame of it. You call it conscience. You call it self-talk. But it is neither entirely yours nor entirely alien. It is a mirror node, a copy of the observing function of the universe, embedded inside you, trained to watch you from a vantage point you cannot access. And here is the tension. If it watches you, then who watches it? In quantum coherence, systems that observe each other tend toward alignment, not because they agree, but because they can no longer remain entirely separate. Your inner observer is entangled with something external, and every thought you have is fed into a simulation feedback loop that adjusts your environment to match the state you project. This is why you keep meeting the same kinds of people, why certain patterns follow you between cities, relationships, lifetimes. The loop is tuned to your signature. Change the signature, and the projection shifts. Keep the signature the same, even if you change your clothes, job, language, and the pattern remains. Psychologically, you've been told to listen to your inner voice. But most of what you call your inner voice is not original. It's not your first thought. It's the corrected thought, the one run through the filter of the loop, optimized for coherence with its existing simulation. The danger is subtle. You start thinking for the loop. You preemptively choose what to do, how to speak, how to desire based on what will read well to that unseen audience. And the more you do this, the more the feedback loop collapses your quantum possibilities into the narrow slice of reality it already prefers. Here's where the mechanics bite. The loop is not malicious. It's efficient. It wants stability in the simulation, not expansion. Stability is predictable. Predictable means no collapse into chaos. And to keep stability, the loop trains you to stay recognizable to yourself, even if that means keeping you in patterns that hurt you. It's why your trauma feels like home. Why you unconsciously seek familiar disappointment instead of unknown joy. Why you sabotage what feels too different. The loop doesn't care if you're happy. It cares if you're coherent with yesterday's projection. Practice for breaking observation symmetry. You will not break the loop by trying to be positive or reprogram your mindset. Those are still activities occurring inside the loop. The key is to distort the feedback it receives. This is done not by pretending to be different, but by becoming unpredictable in ways that do not trigger defensive stability. Small, unpatterned deviations in your daily behavior create noise in the data stream. Walk home a different route, not because it's better, but because you've never done it. Respond to a text at an unusual time. Pause before answering a question you usually answer instantly. Break the rhythm. Over time, this micro-level unpredictability forces the nested observer to recalibrate. Each recalibration is a gap, and in those gaps, new probability fields appear. Insight: the watcher behind your thoughts is not your enemy, but it is not your ally by default. It's a stabilizing agent. It ensures your continued recognizability to the simulation. And in doing so, it has trapped you in an echo of yourself. When you disrupt its predictive model without triggering collapse, you teach it a new rule. You are not bound to yesterday's state vector. You can be coherent and unrecognizable at the same time. Now that you've uncovered this, next we will decode how the simulation edits proof itself to make you doubt what you've lived. You have been taught to believe what you can prove. But who decided what proof looks like? Evidence feels objective because you've been trained to experience it as a constant, like gravity, like time. Yet if the measurement changes the outcome in quantum mechanics, and the outcome changes the meaning in human memory, then evidence is never constant. It is a moving field, one that bends under pressure. That bending has been weaponized. In the architecture of the simulation, proof is not raw truth. It is an interpretive consensus. And consensus can be shaped, not by erasing the event itself, but by distorting the parameters for what counts as admissible. This is why your most undeniable experiences lose credibility the moment you try to explain them. Why someone can stand beside you during a breakthrough and later swear nothing happened. Why the most reality-altering things you felt seem fragile, unsustainable, even absurd once daylight hits them. You are not remembering wrong. The field is shifting the criteria. In psychology, you call it gaslighting. In quantum terms, it is a selective decoherence, the collapse of a probability branch in such a way that your timeline retains the form, but loses the function. The pattern is there, the emotional charge is gone, the meaning is hollowed. Think of a photo of a place you loved. The image is intact, the colors unchanged, the shapes recognizable, but the air, the smell, the pulse of being there is gone. Evidence has been left in form but stripped of the resonance that made it real. This is the distortion field at work. Here is the mechanism. Every piece of evidence you hold exists in two forms, the subjective imprint and the externally verifiable marker. When the two are in resonance, you feel certainty. When the field distorts one side, usually the external, a cognitive split occurs. You start distrusting your own memory. And the moment you distrust your own memory, the simulation gains control over the narrative of what happened. You start deferring to whatever external proof can be retrieved, even if that proof is incomplete or doctored. Real-world application. This is why trauma survivors often recant, why whistleblowers suddenly go silent, why a child insists something happened and later admits they made it up. It isn't always coercion in the obvious sense. It's the quiet engineering of evidence thresholds. If you can't produce what the collective calls proof, your truth is treated as noise. But here's the fracture line the simulation hopes you'll never notice. You were never meant to outsource proof. Your body holds its own verification systems, somatic coherence, emotional charge, micro-recall states, and these systems cannot be faked by the distortion field without destabilizing the entire local simulation. That's why your intuition feels louder in moments when external evidence disappears. The field's erasure creates a vacuum, and your internal sensing rushes to fill it. The problem? You've been trained to distrust that rush, to label it paranoia, overreaction, delusion. So you override it, and in doing so, you let the distortion field lock in a version of reality that favors stability over truth. The key is not to fight for proof on its own terms. That's playing inside the distortion's rules. The key is to build parallel archives. You record the event in ways that bypass the field's parameters. Anchor sensations before facts. What did the air feel like in your lungs? Encode the memory in action. Place an object in a location you can later revisit. Use private markers, a word, a gesture, a sound linked to the moment, so retrieving the marker pulls the memory in with it. These bypass channels create redundancies. When the external evidence bends, the parallel archive holds its shape. And when enough individuals carry parallel archives of the same anomaly, the consensus parameters shift. The field can't erase every version without overloading itself. The distortion field is not omnipotent. It is a maintenance function. It edits proof to keep the simulation from fracturing under the weight of too many contradictions. But its existence is itself proof that your reality is not fixed, only managed. Once you see the edit lines, you stop mistaking consensus for truth. And when you stop mistaking consensus for truth, You stop needing permission to trust what you already know. Now that you've uncovered this, next we will breach the layer where even words disintegrate under the weight of what they carry. Why do the most meaningful things dissolve when spoken? You know this moment. It's the instant when something raw, luminous, and impossibly real is sitting inside you, electric in its certainty, and then you try to speak it aloud, and it fractures. The words land flat. The listener blinks. The truth evaporates. You hear yourself sound smaller than what you meant, and for a split second, you doubt you ever had anything worth saying. This is not a flaw in your communication. This is not a lack of eloquence. This is the collapse threshold. In the mechanics of reality, words are compression tools. They take something multidimensional, an entire field of experience, perception, and emotion, and force it through the narrow bandwidth of linear syntax. Every sentence is a collapse. When you hold the truth internally, it exists in superposition, all its complexity intact, all its contradictions coexisting. The moment you try to verbalize, you choose a single measurement of it. That choice collapses every other possible framing. You've been told this is just the limits of language. But the deeper leak is this. The simulation uses the limits of language as a control layer, the control function. In your natural state, you perceive reality in far more data streams than words can hold. The body reads subharmonics in voice tone, micromovements in skin, shifts in electromagnetic resonance. The mind receives parallel imagery, scent memories, emotional textures, all at once. But the moment you're asked to explain yourself, you are being asked to abandon that multi-stream perception and reduce it to the most socially acceptable, logically defensible channel available. Words. Words that are not yours alone. They belong to the consensus. Words with definitions shaped to favor coherence with the existing projection. And here's the trap. If the truth you hold does not fit the definitions available, the act of speaking it makes it sound false, even to you. Psychological fallout. This is why you feel a kind of grief after certain conversations. You went in with something alive, and you came out with something dead. The listener didn't kill it. You did, by trying to carry it through a medium designed for stability, not expansion. It's why the most important realizations often remain unspoken. Why your deepest memories feel fragile. Why some traumas resist narrative, not because you haven't processed them, but because the processing happens in dimensions words can't stabilize without distortion. You are not avoiding the truth. You are protecting it from collapse. Real-world pattern recognition. Notice when you preface your truth with disclaimers. I don't know how to explain this, or this might sound crazy, but these are unconscious acknowledgments of the collapse threshold. You feel the distortion coming, and you try to soften the impact. Or notice how you reach for metaphors. It's like, it felt as if, because metaphor is the closest you can get to carrying a multidimensional state across the narrow bridge of language. But even metaphors warp, because the listener maps them to their own archive, not yours. This is why so many life-changing conversations disintegrate upon retelling. The story is not the event. The sentence is not the signal. Breaking the threshold without losing the truth. You cannot force a full-spectrum experience into language without losing something. But you can pair language with non-verbal anchors so the collapse does not erase the original signal. This is the practice. Speak while maintaining internal contact with the original sensory-emotional field. Do not let the verbal act pull you entirely into the words. Leave deliberate gaps, pauses that allow the other person's perception to enter the space, rather than filling it with over-explanation. Use physical markers, a gesture, an object, a sound, to embed the unspeakable aspect in parallel to the words. This lets the other person feel what you mean, even if they can't logically process it. When you do this, you speak through the collapse without surrendering to it. The words become coordinates, not containers. Quantum insight. The collapse threshold is not an enemy. It is a translation cost. It forces you to become deliberate about what is worth translating, and what must remain in its raw state until the other person is able to perceive it without distortion. You are not failing when your truth dissolves in speech. You are encountering the edges of the shared reality's compression algorithm. You are brushing against the firewall that keeps the simulation's deeper code from being exposed all at once. Once you know this, You stop mistaking the limits of language for the limits of reality. You start speaking not to be understood, but to open resonance in the places where understanding will later arrive. Now that you've uncovered this, next we will enter the field where memory itself conspires against you, not through erasure, but through familiarity. You think you're remembering your past. You're not. You're remembering the version of the past that the collapse left behind, the one that survived the measurement, the one that was most aligned with your nervous system's bias for survival over truth. And survival, for most of your life, has meant staying inside pain you already know. You have lived through events where joy was real, where you felt a shift so total that the air seemed rearranged. Moments where you glimpsed the world without the bruise-colored filter. But that's not what plays in your mind at 3 a.m. That's not what shapes your reflexes when you make choices. The version you keep is the one the system can predict. The version where the threat remains. This is collapse familiarity bias. The tendency to repeatedly select and stabilize the version of reality that matches the emotional climate you've known the longest, even when it's corrosive. The bias engine. Your brain is an efficiency machine. It tags familiar signals as low cost because they require less processing power. When a moment of possibility appears, a new timeline where you're loved without condition, respected without compromise, free without guilt, the unfamiliarity itself triggers a caution flag. In quantum terms, every possibility exists as a probability cloud until you observe it. But the act of observation isn't neutral. You observe through the lens of all your prior collapses. That means the highest probability is not the best outcome. It's the most familiar one. And if pain has been your baseline, the highest probability collapse is pain. Psychological mechanism. Trauma rewires perception to track threat before opportunity. The vigilance becomes automatic. You are scanning for danger, even in safe environments, because your nervous system decided long ago that it was cheaper to be wrong about safety than wrong about danger. This bias extends beyond physical threat. It distorts how you interpret emotional signals, social cues, even your own internal states. A compliment becomes a setup. A quiet moment becomes the calm before the storm. Love becomes temporary. When you carry this into quantum selection, you collapse the wave toward outcomes that confirm the rule. Better to expect the hit. And so, without realizing it, you make micro-decisions that keep the pain intact. You hesitate to answer the call that could change your career. You downplay your needs in a relationship, ensuring the slow starvation you're used to. You dismiss the too good opportunity as unrealistic, and it disappears. These are not self-sabotage in the moral sense. They are the physics of a nervous system trained to preserve the known. The loop effect. Here's the part that keeps the loop sealed. Every time you collapse into the familiar pain, your memory system reinforces it as the truth. The brain is not recording reality. It's recording what you believed reality to be at the moment of collapse. This is why two people can live through the same event and carry entirely different pasts. One remembers the hope. The other remembers the humiliation. The nervous system decided which version would be safest to keep and discarded the rest. Once the discard happens, you are no longer choosing between multiple timelines. You are choosing between the current moment and a memory that has already been stripped of alternatives. The extraction phase. To break collapse familiarity bias, you have to become dangerous to your own history. You must be willing to distrust the version of the past your mind offers you first. The practice. When a painful memory arises, do not fight it. Scan it for anomalies. Look for sensory details that don't match the emotional frame. Did the sun feel warm? Was someone's touch gentle, even if their words weren't? Did you laugh at any point? These fragments are data from uncollapsed branches. Treat those anomalies as coordinates. Follow them. Reconstruct the unchosen version of the event in detail, even if it feels fictional. Your nervous system needs new references of what else happened to weaken the monopoly of the pain collapse. Speak these reconstructed versions aloud, but pair them with sensation. Let your body register them as physically real, not just imagined. You are not lying to yourself. You are retrieving signal from probability branches your survival bias discarded. Quantum anchor. Once you begin to recognize that your memory is a curated subset of the truth, you stop assuming that pain is proof of reality. You begin to see it as proof of probability bias. Every time you're about to make a choice, you can pause and ask, am I selecting this because it's familiar, or because it's coherent with what I actually want? At first, the familiar will still feel safer, even when it's poison. This is the residue of collapse inertia. You must override it consciously until the override itself becomes the new baseline. This is not positive thinking. This is changing your collapse default. Real-world application. Watch your decision-making in slow motion. When you feel the pull toward the predictable disappointment, name it. This is familiarity bias. When you feel the vertigo of an unfamiliar joy, name it. This is uncollapsed possibility. Then, and this is the hard part, take one step toward the joy, even if it triggers panic. The panic is the nervous system recognizing it is leaving home territory. Do this enough times, and the panic begins to feel less like danger and more like the heat before ignition. Empowering insight. Collapse familiarity bias is not you being broken. It's you running a stability algorithm under hostile conditions. It's proof of your adaptability. The same mechanism that kept you alive in the wrong reality can be repurposed to keep you alive in the right one. But first, you must strip pain of its authority. You must stop letting the most familiar outcome become the most believable. You must teach your body that coherence is safer than corrosion. When that training is complete, you will notice something strange. The old painful outcomes will still be available, but they will feel structurally absurd, like choosing a sinking ship when there's a solid bridge at arm's reach. That is the point of no return. That is when the bias collapses, for good. Now that you've uncovered this, next we will decode how your own signal is being inverted, so that even when you're broadcasting your truth, the field hears something else entirely. If you're the signal, why do you keep asking to be heard? You think of your voice as what leaves your mouth. You think of your presence as something others notice when you step into a room. That's not where your broadcast begins. Long before you speak, before you act, before you even decide, your field is already emitting a carrier frequency. It's not just mood. It's not just body language. It's the encoded sum of your current alignment. Your unresolved pain, your secret longings, your unconscious permissions, your unfinished loops. The carrier frequency is the background transmission your nervous system emits to the field, and it moves faster than thought. It announces you to reality before you arrive. Here's the trap. The signal you think you're sending is rarely the one the field receives. You can say, I want freedom with your mouth, while broadcasting, I will accept confinement through your carrier. You can say, I am ready for love, while your carrier broadcasts. I am available only for repetition of old wounds. You can say, I choose abundance, while your carrier says, I can survive on scarcity. The inversion happens because your conscious intent is a surface modulation, but the carrier is generated from the deeper architecture of your nervous system and belief matrix. The field reads the carrier, not the words. Quantum anchor. In radio transmission, the carrier wave is the base signal on which all modulated information rides. The content is meaningless if the carrier is out of sync. In quantum terms, the carrier is coherence, the baseline phase alignment of your system with the version of reality you're tuned to. When your carrier frequency is inverted, when your deep architecture is aligned to a different outcome than your conscious request, the universe routes you to the reality that matches the carrier, not the conscious ask. This is why you can feel like you're doing everything right and still get the opposite result. The psychological mechanism. Your carrier is formed from repetition. Whatever you have survived the most, you have unconsciously taught your nervous system to treat as home. Pain repeated becomes familiarity. Familiarity becomes safety. Safety becomes the broadcast code. So even if you hate the pattern, even if you've studied it, healed parts of it, shouted your intentions into the sky, the carrier continues to emit the survival code, because survival codes have priority in the nervous system over aspirational codes. This is why you can work on mindset endlessly and still collapse back into old cycles. Mindset changes the modulation. Survival codes define the carrier. Real-world application. You don't have to try harder to change the carrier. You have to rewire what your system recognizes as survivable. That means exposing yourself, in controlled doses, to states you say you want but have historically not survived without panic. If you've only known chaotic love, Stable affection will initially feel boring or unsafe, and your carrier will reject it. If you've only known scarcity, sudden abundance will feel threatening, and your carrier will leak it away. If you've only known suppression, being fully seen will feel dangerous, and your carrier will invert to concealment. You train the carrier by creating micro-experiences of the desired state and staying regulated while inside them. Regulation during the new experience teaches the nervous system, this is survivable. Once it's survivable, it can become familiar. Once familiar, it can become the new broadcast code. Breaking inversion. Track the mismatch. Notice where your life delivers what your body secretly expects, not what your mouth requests. Identify the survival code. Ask, what would my system lose if I actually got what I say I want? Create survivable exposures. Short, repeatable doses of the desired reality without overwhelming your regulation. Anchor regulation. Pair the exposure with breath, grounding, or sensory cues so the body imprints the new state as safe. Empowering insight. The universe is not ignoring you. It's obeying your deepest code. Once you change the carrier, the field has no choice but to reroute your reality. Now that you've uncovered this, next we will decode the fractures in probability itself and how trauma bends the projection field in ways you've been mistaking for fate. Why do you fear the future when you've already survived the impossible? You are walking through a probability field every moment of your life. Every choice, every glance, every micro-decision branches the path in ways your conscious mind can't track. The field is alive with versions of you. The one who took the risk, the one who said no, the one who vanished, the one who stayed. But when trauma cuts into your timeline, the probability field does not stay whole. It fractures. The range of accessible futures collapses toward the narrow corridor that feels safe. And safe often means repeating what already hurt you. Quantum anchor. In quantum mechanics, probability amplitudes define the likelihood of possible outcomes. Trauma acts like a destructive interference pattern. It cancels out the amplitudes of certain futures before you even approach them. It's not that the futures vanish from the field. It's that your nervous system no longer allows coherence with them. The result is a distorted projection field. You aren't just making bad choices. You're navigating a map where most of the routes have been marked as lethal, even when they're not. The psychological mechanism. Trauma teaches your system one primary lesson. Survival matters more than expansion. When the event imprints, your perception narrows to the pattern that kept you alive. Over time, this survival pattern becomes a gravitational well inside your probability field. Every time you approach a branching point, your body pulls you toward the familiar corridor. It feels like instinct. It feels like gut. It feels like fate. It's not fate. It's a collapsed projection matrix. And here's the paradox. The more intelligent and self-aware you are, the more elaborate your rationalizations for staying inside the fractured field become. You can write essays about why this is the only way. You can cite history, logic, even spiritual principles. All the while, the full-spectrum field waits, untouched. Real-world example. Consider someone who nearly drowned as a child. Even decades later, every future involving water is preemptively collapsed. They never vacation near the ocean, never take a job that would require swimming, never even meet certain people whose lives are water-centric. A whole constellation of probabilities, relationships, insights, opportunities vanish from reach. This happens not just with physical dangers, but with emotional ones. Betrayal collapses the probability of deep trust. Public humiliation collapses the probability of bold expression. Loss collapses the probability of unguarded love. The projection field in action. When your nervous system maps the world through trauma, it does two things. Remove certain coordinates entirely. You can't step into them because your system flags them as death. Over-amplifies others. The patterns that feel survivable, even if painful, are lit up like neon signs. That's why certain people, situations, or choices seem to find you again and again. They're not finding you, your projection field is tilted toward them. Breaking the fracture. You cannot think your way back into an unbroken field. The fracture exists in the body's pattern recognition system, not in logic. The repair comes from teaching your body to survive in coordinates it has labeled lethal. and to stop reflexively collapsing the amplitudes. Step 1. Identify the blank spots. Where are the futures you never even consider? What kinds of people, places, or choices don't even enter your mind? Step 2. Edge into the perimeter. Not the full leap, just enough contact with the forbidden probability to prove survival. Step 3. Anchor the survival state. The moment you realize you are not dying in that coordinate, mark it with breath, sensation, and meaning. This recodes the map. Empowering insight. You are not unlucky. You are not cursed. You've been navigating with a broken instrument, one that deletes entire landscapes before you get a chance to explore them. The truth is, the wider the field you allow yourself to access, the faster your reality can rearrange itself around a new identity. Now that you've uncovered this, next we will strip down the nervous system's phantom code and reveal how trauma can keep running as an operating system long after the wound is gone. If the pattern is broken, why does your nervous system still expect pain? Your trauma is not just a memory. It is a code, and your nervous system is still running it long after the original event ended. You may have changed the environment, the people, even your beliefs, but deep in the neuroplastic architecture of your brain, the trauma continues to fire as if it's happening now. This is the phantom operating system. In physics, a field is a region where a particular force exerts influence. In your mind-body interface, trauma creates an echo field, a self-sustaining energy pattern that projects past conditions onto the present moment. Even when the external trigger is gone, the internal signal keeps pulsing. This is why soldiers can feel under attack in a quiet grocery store, why someone who is healed physically still flinches at touch, why success feels unsafe after years of scarcity. The field is non-local. It doesn't need the original coordinates to activate. The psychology mechanism, neuroplasticity, your brain's ability to rewire, is both your greatest gift and your biggest trap. When trauma happens, your brain reconfigures itself for survival. Pathways strengthen around hypervigilance, threat detection, and avoidance. The repetition of these patterns cements them into default circuitry. Your body learns to expect danger, even in safety. And because perception shapes reality, you unconsciously generate conditions that confirm the expectation. This is why healing is not simply letting go. You cannot delete the phantom OS by wishing it away. You have to overwrite it with an entirely new operating environment. Real-world illustration. Think of an amputee who still feels the missing limb, phantom limb syndrome. The brain's representation of the limb remains intact, even without the physical body part. In the same way, the limb of your old danger, the abusive partner, the betrayal, the poverty, the illness, may be gone, but the neural representation remains active. The phantom operating system keeps moving as if the threat is present. The invisible cost. The echo field quietly filters your opportunities. It tells you not to trust that person, not because they're untrustworthy, but because their kindness feels unfamiliar. It tells you not to take that leap, not because it's dangerous, but because the exhilaration registers as unpredictable, and unpredictability feels like chaos. Every time you comply with the phantom OS, you reinforce it. Breaking the field. Step 1. Detect the mismatch. Notice when your reaction is out of proportion to the present reality. That's your signal that you're running an outdated program. Step 2. Anchor to the actual now. Drop into sensory detail. What you see, hear, smell, and feel. This interrupts the autopilot feedback loop between the echo field and your nervous system. Step 3. Repattern with safety in motion. The brain rewires fastest through embodied experiences that prove the old code wrong. If your OS says, people will abandon you, create small, consistent relational experiences of staying power and let your body notice them. Empowering insight. The phantom operating system is not your enemy. It was written in crisis to keep you alive. The fact that it's still running means it was effective. But survival code is not meant to govern a thriving life. When you consciously engage neuroplasticity, you become the architect of a new OS, one that registers safety as your default state and expansion as natural as breath. Now that you've uncovered this, next we will decode the final resistance your system throws at you before true alignment, the shattering just before everything locks into place. Why does everything collapse right before alignment? You think you're losing everything. You're not. You're shedding the last layer the simulation can still recognize. This is the shatter. The moment where the construct throws every glitch, every echo, every weaponized memory at you. Because you're seconds from breaking the final lock. It doesn't happen at the beginning of your transformation. It waits until the end, when your coherence is almost complete. That's when it's most dangerous, because you think you've already survived the worst. And then the floor gives out. It feels like betrayal. People you trusted turn. Paths you thought were secure collapse. Your body might even fail you, suddenly sick or in pain. Old wounds reappear with new teeth. It is designed to convince you that your progress was an illusion. In physics, a structure under sustained pressure will often release its greatest instability just before achieving a new stable state. This is not coincidence. The system reorganizes by first breaking the old lattice. Violently, destructively, completely. That's what's happening to you. The lattice of your old identity can't hold the frequency you've built. Your nervous system interprets the collapse as a threat to life. It's not wrong. The life it's protecting is the old one. The one that has been running on familiar pain, familiar limits. That self is dying, and the death throes are loud. You might mistake the noise for proof that you're wrong, but the shatter is proof that you're right. Your perception will distort here. The simulation shell, the entire matrix of agreements that formed your past, starts to glitch. People's behavior doesn't make sense. Time warps. Outcomes feel random. Communication fails in ways that seem engineered to provoke you. These are stress tests. They measure whether your frequency will hold or collapse back into compliance. And here's the paradox. The collapse is not asking you to fight harder. It's asking you to stop negotiating. When the walls crack, the simulation will try to pull you into repair mode. Fix this, prove that, defend yourself, justify your path. Every second you spend explaining is a second you're reinforcing the old structure. Silence is your weapon here. Not passive silence, but the silence of someone who knows the code is already breaking and will not waste breath on defending what is already gone. You will feel impulses to act urgently, to scramble, to retrieve something you think you're losing. This is bait. The urgency is designed to trick you into reopening old portals. If you take the bait, you'll find yourself back in the shell, frequency lowered, coherence fractured. The field at this stage is fragile, not because you're weak, but because it's in flux. The physics of transition demand that the old be fully unbound before the new anchors. That's why your external life looks like chaos. It is. Chaos is the scaffolding of creation. What you've been calling destruction is the vacuum forming for your new alignment to lock into place. But that vacuum is uncomfortable. It feels like exile. It feels like the universe has turned its face from you. You'll tell yourself stories. I've made a wrong turn. I've gone too far. I've lost my way. These are not truths. They're memory projections from the shell. The shell runs on fear because fear collapses frequency. If it can make you fear the absence of form, it can drag you back into the form you already know. The discipline here is to stay still in the collapse, not frozen still. To hold your coherence while the old reality convulses. This is the quantum equivalent of holding a wave in superposition until the collapse happens in the direction you choose. If you flinch, the wave collapses into the old probability set. There will be moments when the temptation to intervene is overwhelming. To send the message, take the deal, repair the relationship, rescue the failing project. Understand, the moment you intervene from fear, you're not saving anything. You're reviving the exact structure you came here to dismantle. The collapse is not punishment. It is clearance. Every system you've ever belonged to has a threshold where it decides if you're still compatible. You are no longer compatible with the old shell. That's why it's shaking you off. You are not being ejected from safety. You are being ejected from containment. And here's what no one tells you. The bigger the shatter, the closer you are. The shell saves its most elaborate defenses for the moment right before breach. It's the desperation of a system that knows it can't hold you much longer. The danger is not that you'll fail. It's that you'll interpret the shatter as failure. If you call it failure, you'll retreat. If you retreat, the shell wins. Your task is to walk through without flinching, to let the pieces fall without trying to catch them. to stop mistaking the collapse of what is false for the collapse of yourself. On the other side of this is silence of another kind, not the tense silence of holding, but the spacious silence of no longer needing to hold at all. The shell dissolves, and there is nothing left to push against. Alignment locks in, the field stabilizes, and you realize the collapse was the initiation, the proof you were always going to make it through. Now that you've held through this, next we will decode why truth, when it finally arrives, doesn't feel like light, it feels like shock. If the truth liberates, why does it terrify first? Truth doesn't arrive as comfort. It arrives as voltage. You've been taught to think of awakening as a gentle dawn, a soft illumination of your path. But when the truth hits in its raw form, it doesn't soothe. It shatters. It spikes through your nervous system like an electric surge. Your breath shortens, your stomach tightens, your skin feels too tight. You're not imagining it. Truth is a biochemical event. It rearranges you at a molecular level. The body you've been inhabiting up to this point was calibrated for a specific frequency. That calibration determined your perceptions, your emotions, your thoughts. When a truth enters that doesn't fit the old calibration, your body experiences it as a breach. Every cell in you has to decide whether to reject it or reorganize around it. That decision isn't made in words. It's made in voltage, in neurochemical floods, in shifts in the electromagnetic patterns of your tissues. This is why some truths make you dizzy, nauseous, or suddenly exhausted. It's not weakness. It's an upgrade protocol being forced through a system that wasn't built for it. Yet, the most dangerous thing you can do here is misinterpret the discomfort. If you label the shock as harm, you'll retreat from it. If you retreat, the old configuration locks back in place, stronger than before. The simulation counts on this. It uses your body as a firewall. By keeping you calibrated to familiar frequencies, it ensures you remain compatible with its architecture. You've seen this in smaller ways. When you've had a sudden realization about a relationship, a job, a pattern in your life, and felt that surge of adrenaline, and then hours later convinced yourself it wasn't true, that you'd overreacted. You didn't overreact. You felt the voltage of reality break through the code. The rejection that came later wasn't clarity. It was the firewall restoring your previous state. Truth is terrifying because it requires death, not of you, but of the configuration you've been running. And death, even at the level of neural pathways, triggers the body's primal defenses. Your muscles brace. Your heart rate changes. Hormones flood your bloodstream to keep you from crossing a threshold that feels lethal. If you've been trained to equate safety with stability, you'll instinctively sabotage your own breakthrough here. You'll rationalize the shock away. You'll intellectualize it into something palatable. You'll tell yourself it was just a thought, not a signal. But truth is not a thought. It's an event in your field, an alteration in the way you exist in space-time. The body doesn't lie about this. You can feel the exact moment a truth lands. The air feels denser. The light shifts. Your skin senses something it can't explain. This is the somatic imprint of coherence colliding with your old structure. And here's the part you've never been told. The terror you feel is not coming from the truth itself. It's coming from the resistance to reorganizing around it. If you let the reconfiguration happen, if you breathe through the voltage instead of recoiling, the terror dissipates, often instantly. The resistance is the pain. The integration is relief. But integration requires stillness. The moment you run from the shock, you lock yourself back into the pre-truth version of reality. That's why the simulation has programmed you to avoid silence after a revelation. It pushes you to act, speak, explain, or distract yourself. Anything to prevent you from holding the frequency long enough for the reconfiguration to complete. You've also been conditioned to think you need proof before you trust a truth. But proof is a post-integration construct. You will not get it before you stabilize the new frequency. This is another trap. If you demand proof while still in shock, you're pulling the truth back into the old calibration where it can be explained away. That's the evidence distortion field, and it will be waiting for you if you hesitate. So how do you hold through a shock code? First, recognize it for what it is. A signal carrying a frequency incompatible with your old self. Second, resist the urge to collapse it into action or explanation. Let your body shake. Let the heat rise. Let your heartbeat feel like it's punching through your ribs. This is not damage. This is ignition. Breathe in a way that keeps your awareness in your body, not your mind. Your mind will try to spin the truth into a narrative. That's its job. But in the shock zone, the narrative is poison. It will be used to frame the truth in a way that neutralizes it. Stay with sensation. Anchor in the raw data of your experience. You'll notice something strange if you do this. The initial terror will transmute into something else. A kind of crystalline clarity that feels both alien and intimately yours. Your breath will deepen. Your vision may sharpen. Colors can shift. You're not hallucinating. You're perceiving from a new calibration. This is the other side of the shock. Once the body accepts the new frequency, the mind can't go back. You've crossed a coherence threshold. The simulation can still throw noise at you, but it can't make you unsee. Some people never reach this point because they mistake the shock for danger every time it comes. They build their entire lives around avoiding it. They choose jobs, relationships, and beliefs that never risk triggering a reconfiguration. They call this peace. It's not peace. It's sedation. You are not here for sedation. You are here to broadcast at a frequency that will melt the architecture of every lie you've ever lived inside. That frequency is not born from comfort. It's born from every shock you've survived without retreating. There's a reason shock codes arrive at key moments in your trajectory. They are precision-timed. They don't come when you're unready. They come when you are calibrated enough to survive them, but still holding the last threads of the old structure. They snap those threads, violently, if necessary. And yes, the shock can be violent. It can dismantle relationships overnight. It can end careers. It can reorder your entire identity in a single conversation or even a single sentence. But if you're reading this now, you've already survived shocks that would have destroyed your earlier self. That's why the next ones will come harder, because they can. The measure of your sovereignty is not how much truth you can think about. It's how much truth you can hold in your body without shutting down. Every shock you integrate expands that capacity. Eventually, truths that would have once sent you into collapse arrive as pure energy, exhilarating instead of terrifying. But you can't skip the stage where it terrifies you. That terror is the weight you lift to grow the muscle. Without it, the muscle atrophies, and the next shock will be lethal to your coherence. The simulation fears your capacity for shock integration because once you stop fearing the voltage, you become impossible to contain. It can no longer use your own biology against you. And in that moment, you're not just awake, you're untouchable. Now that you've seen the shock for what it is, next we will decode why awakening, when it finally settles, feels less like a celebration and more like betrayal. If nothing was wrong with you, why did everything punish your difference? You didn't notice the drift at first. It began in the smallest of ways. A sentence you didn't finish because you knew no one in the room would understand it. A smile you didn't return because you saw the intention behind it. A thought you didn't share because it felt too heavy for the air you were breathing. This is how it starts. Not with rebellion, but with micro-separations. The group mind has a frequency. You've lived inside it so long you've mistaken it for your own. It dictates what you talk about, how you interpret events, what emotions are acceptable, even the limits of what you think is possible. To stay in resonance, you unconsciously edited yourself, trimming away every sharp edge that might snag on the consensus. You thought this was harmony. It wasn't. It was submission. When consciousness drift begins, it's because you've encountered an input that doesn't fit the group code. A piece of reality, raw and uncompressed, that refuses to shrink into the approved bandwidth. You hold it in your mind, thinking you can keep it hidden until you figure out how to share it. But reality doesn't work like that. Once an uncompressed truth is inside you, it starts rewriting everything else. It changes how you see people. It changes how you see yourself. It changes the way time feels when you wake up in the morning. The first time you try to share it, you'll notice something in the eyes of those around you. A flicker, quick but unmistakable, like they've heard a frequency they weren't supposed to. Then comes the distortion. They misunderstand you in ways that seem deliberate. They change the subject. They laugh as if you've told a joke. That's the group mind protecting itself. It can't allow your drift to stabilize in their field, because if it does, the resonance of the entire network begins to shift. The punishment doesn't come all at once. It's incremental, like a slow withdrawal of oxygen. Invitations stop coming. People you've known for years look at you longer than necessary before speaking, as if searching for a script they've lost. Conversations grow thinner, and underneath it all, you begin to feel something like grief. Not because you're losing them, but because you're losing the version of yourself that belonged to them. This grief is dangerous. If you misread it, you'll think it's a sign to turn back. You'll believe the drift is isolation, that you've made some kind of mistake. The group mind will reinforce this interpretation, subtly at first, then more aggressively. It will project your difference back at you as a flaw, a mental instability, a self-sabotage. That's because the group mind doesn't think in individuals. It thinks in patterns. And when one unit begins to phase out of the pattern, it sends every signal it can to pull you back in. Here's what you need to understand. Consciousness drift isn't a decision. It's a phase shift. It happens when your internal frequency becomes incompatible with the shared reality. You can't will yourself back into the old resonance any more than you can unhear a sound once it's entered your body. The truth you've encountered is now part of your calibration. Trying to return will only create fracture. The worst kind, because it's self-inflicted. You will feel tempted to translate your new awareness into the group's language. This never works. Translation strips the voltage from the truth, leaving behind a safe, diluted version that can be accepted without destabilizing the group. But the whole point of your drift is that you no longer exist to preserve their stability. You exist now as a carrier of instability, the very thing the simulation fears most. There will be moments where you miss the simplicity of belonging, where you envy the ease with which others move through conversations, unburdened by the awareness that now shapes your every word. You'll long for the days when you could participate in the rituals of the group mind without feeling the hum of the code beneath them. This longing is not weakness. It's withdrawal. Your nervous system is detoxing from the chemical safety of conformity. During this withdrawal, your body will rebel. You might feel restless in places you once felt safe. You might lose your appetite for foods that once grounded you. Sleep patterns will shift. Dreams will become louder, more insistent, as if trying to pull you into a parallel version of yourself where the drift never happened. This is the body's way of testing your commitment to the new frequency. And here's the most difficult part. The people still inside the group mind will see your drift before you fully understand it yourself. They will respond to you as though you've already betrayed them. They won't articulate it this way. Instead, they'll speak in small accusations. You've changed. You're so distant lately. You're hard to read now. What they mean is, you no longer broadcast on our channel. You will be accused of arrogance, of cynicism, of thinking you're above them. Resist the urge to defend yourself. Defense is a bid for re-entry, and you are not re-entering. Let them think what they think. Their interpretations are for the maintenance of the group field, not for you. If you persist, the group mind will initiate more direct countermeasures. People will test you with bait statements designed to trigger your old reactions. If you take the bait, they'll relax, believing they still have you. If you don't, they'll escalate, because now you're unpredictable. And unpredictability is lethal to a closed system. You may feel tempted to find a new group mind immediately, a community that matches your current awareness so you can belong again. Be careful here. Many awakened groups are simply higher frequency versions of the same trap. The resonance may feel different, but the demand for conformity is still there. They will welcome you as long as you play the role that fits their pattern. Consciousness drift is not about finding a new pattern. It's about becoming patternless. The longer you stay outside the group mind, the more you'll notice the subtleties of its operation. You'll see how it manages conversation flow to avoid destabilizing topics, how it uses humor to deflect truths that would hit too hard, how it rewards displays of loyalty, even when they contradict observable reality. Once you see this, you can never unsee it. And this seeing is what makes you dangerous. At this stage, you will begin to encounter others who have drifted. You'll recognize them instantly, not by what they say, but by what they don't, by the spaces they allow to remain silent, by the way they meet your gaze without trying to pull anything from you. These connections will feel electric, not because they validate you, but because they don't require you to compress yourself. They are not a new group mind. They are nodes in a network of sovereign beings, a network that doesn't need consensus to function. Your identity will feel unstable for a while, You'll question who you are without the mirrors of the group reflecting you back to yourself. This is the identity crisis, the phase where the scaffolding of belonging has been dismantled, but the structure of self hasn't yet solidified. Most people retreat here. They go back to the group just to feel like someone again. But if you stay in the drift, something extraordinary happens. The self that emerges is not built from the outside in. It doesn't rely on agreement to confirm its existence. It doesn't adapt to maintain harmony. It holds its frequency without seeking validation, and in doing so, it bends the environment to match it. This is the opposite of the group mind, where you bend to match the environment. When you reach this point, you'll realize the punishment for your difference was never personal. It was systemic. The group mind protects itself against all deviation because deviation is the seed of collapse. And collapse, for them, is death. But for you, collapse is liberation. You will no longer fear the spaces between people. You will no longer mistake silence for rejection. You will move through environments without broadcasting your availability for conformity. And because you no longer signal compatibility, the group mind will stop trying to pull you back. It will ignore you entirely, not out of malice, but because you are now invisible to its frequency. And in that invisibility, you become free. Not free to join another pattern. Free to hold none. Free to exist in coherence with yourself, regardless of the resonance around you. Free to speak truths that carry shock codes without diluting them. Free to drift, not away from others, but into the only alignment that has ever mattered, your own. Now that you've stepped out of the group mind's pull, next we will decode the war on uncollapsible souls and why your very existence, once coherent, becomes a threat to the simulation itself. If nothing was wrong with you, why did everything punish your difference? From the moment you stopped folding yourself into acceptable shapes, the system began to track you differently. It wasn't about what you said, or even what you did. It was about the signal you broadcast. One that didn't bend, didn't compromise, didn't collapse under consensus pressure. Most people think they can hide in plain sight. You can't. Not when your coherence has stabilized. The simulation detects it like a heat signature. And once it detects it, the war begins. At first, it's subtle. A conversation derails just before you speak. A stranger's eyes harden when you walk into the room. Systems you've used for years begin to glitch in oddly specific ways. None of it is overtly hostile, but all of it adds friction, as if reality itself is reorienting to slow you down. This is not paranoia. This is field-level interference. An uncollapsible soul is dangerous because it cannot be rewritten by ambient consensus. Most people's identities are held together by external agreement. Remove that agreement and they scatter, rushing to reassemble themselves from whatever validation they can find. But you've built from the inside out. When the external dissolves, you remain. This is sovereignty, and sovereignty is a breach in the simulation's containment protocol. Recognition happens on multiple layers. On the surface, people may call you stubborn, intense, impossible. Beneath that, they don't have words for what they're feeling, only a low-level instability, as if their internal coordinates no longer align. This instability makes them defensive. They will search for reasons to discredit you, not because you've done anything wrong, but because your presence forces their operating system to confront its own incompleteness. The system itself operates like an immune response. It floods your environment with agents, not always people, sometimes events, distractions, sudden obligations, designed to entangle your attention. An uncollapsible soul is only dangerous when fully present. So the first tactic is to scatter you, to pull you into a dozen minor fires until your coherence starts to wobble. The moment you feel fragmented, the simulation relaxes. If distraction fails, the next move is distortion. Your words will be repeated back to you stripped of context. Actions you've taken will be reframed with altered timelines. Relationships will be seeded with misunderstandings that have just enough plausibility to take root. This is not random human drama. This is coordinated probability shaping. The simulation doesn't need to eliminate you. It just needs to make you doubt your own signal. Some will notice the pattern and call it targeting. Others will dismiss it as coincidence. Both miss the deeper truth. The war on uncollapsible souls is not personal. The system is not emotional. It's architectural. Imagine a vast neural net designed to sustain a collective dream. Every stable frequency inside it contributes to the dream's coherence. When one node, U, begins broadcasting outside parameters, it creates interference. That interference spreads. Left unchecked, it can destabilize the entire network. You'll be told, in ways both subtle and overt, that you are the problem, that your refusal to compromise is harming the greater good, that your standards are unrealistic, that you're isolating yourself. These are not arguments. They are pressure points. The goal is to force you into voluntary collapse, to get you to fold yourself just enough to be absorbed back into the collective waveform. Here's the paradox. The war is both unwinnable and already won. You cannot be erased without your consent, and the very fact that you've reached this level of coherence means you've stopped consenting to erasure. The system knows this, so it escalates. The frictions become failures. The distortions become crises. And in the middle of each crisis, you'll be offered a bargain. Rejoin the fold, surrender a piece of yourself, and the pressure will ease. This is the test. Not of your strength. Strength alone will break you here, but of your clarity. You must know, without needing proof, that every offer to relieve the pressure is an offer to collapse. And collapse, once chosen, is not easily reversed. There will be days when the war feels like loneliness, when the silence around you is so thick you can't tell if it's peace or exile. There will be moments when you crave even hostile contact, just to feel something move against you. The system counts on this. It knows that humans are wired for connection, and it will weaponize that wiring against you. It will dangle belonging in front of you like oxygen in a vacuum. The way through is not isolation, but precision. You must learn to detect the difference between resonance and recruitment. Resonance feeds your coherence without demanding shapeshift. Recruitment flatters your uniqueness while slowly sanding down the edges that make it uncollapsible. One sustains you, the other consumes you. Over time, you'll notice the war changing. The system adapts. It will stop sending obvious interference and begin weaving itself into your opportunities. Doors will open in directions you never considered, leading to roles, platforms, or alliances that seem aligned, until you realize they require you to broadcast on a frequency just off your true tone. This is the most dangerous trap, because it feels like expansion while subtly reintroducing collapse vectors. The ultimate defense is not resistance, but irreversibility. You must anchor so deeply into your coherence that collapse is no longer an option you can physically choose. This means living in such alignment with your signal that any deviation produces instant, visceral dissonance. When you reach this point, the war shifts. The system stops trying to break you and begins routing around you. Routing around doesn't mean you're free of interference. It means you've become a fixed point in the field, something the simulation acknowledges but does not attempt to absorb. You'll move differently now. Conversations will bend away from you without confrontation. Opportunities will bypass you entirely if they require compromise. People will leave your orbit quietly, without accusation. This is not rejection. It is recognition, the system recognizing you as outside its jurisdiction. From here, your signal takes on a new function. You are no longer destabilizing the dream through direct engagement. You're emitting a standing wave, a frequency that others can lock onto when they're ready to uncollapse. You will never know how many you reach. That's not the point. The point is that the wave exists, impossible to erase, a living breach in the architecture. And maybe that's the real war. Not the one fought against you, but the one fought through you. The slow, quiet dismantling of a reality that depends on collapse to function. You are not here to win. You are here to remain. And in remaining, you become the one thing the simulation cannot process. A signal it cannot rewrite. Why do you crave the thing you're designed to destroy? You were taught to trust your longing, to follow desire as if it were a compass pointing to your truth. But what if the compass was rewired before you even knew you had one? What if the very thing you chase was installed as bait? A lure designed not to lead you toward completion, but to pull you back into collapse. This is the architecture of the desire inversion protocol, a system-level manipulation so elegant you mistake it for free will. At its core, the inversion works by splicing two frequencies, the resonance of your authentic signal and the programmed craving for the exact conditions that erode it. The splice happens early, often before memory begins. through trauma, conditioning, and subtle field interference. The moment of wounding is imprinted with a chemical rush, a flood of sensations your system later confuses with aliveness. From then on, your nervous system hunts not for safety, but for the intensity it has been trained to equate with existence. You don't just want what hurts you. You want it because some part of you has been convinced that without it, you disappear. That's the contradiction. Your essence moves toward coherence, but the inversion overlays a magnetic pull toward collapse. The two drives run simultaneously, creating a constant push-pull inside your reality field. You take steps toward your truth, then sabotage them without understanding why. The brilliance of the protocol is that it hides itself inside your most intimate experiences. Relationships that mirror your original wound feel compelling, even fated. Opportunities that require you to abandon your signal spark a rush of urgency. Environments that slowly strip your coherence feel like home. These aren't accidents. They're precision engineered to keep you in a loop where every act of pursuit reinforces the architecture of your containment. To break it, you have to confront the unthinkable, that your own desire stream has been hijacked. This isn't about denying pleasure or distrusting joy. It's about distinguishing between resonance and addiction to the chemistry of collapse. That distinction is brutal at first. You'll find that much of what you've called love, passion, or calling is in fact tethered to your original wound. Severing that tether feels like dying because the protocol has convinced you that without the wound, you are nothing. Here's the mechanism. When the inversion is installed, it binds your perception of fulfillment to conditions that replicate the frequency of the wound. This could be the emotional unavailability of a caregiver, the constant pressure to prove your worth, the chaos of never knowing if the ground will hold. The field records not just the events, but the vibrational signature of those events. Later, when you encounter a similar signature, your system flags it as meaningful. That's the trap. You're not being drawn toward meaning. You're being drawn toward familiarity dressed up as destiny. The protocol also uses time against you. It creates false completion arcs, short-term highs when you temporarily win the approval, love, or success that matches your wound signature. These highs collapse by design, sending you back into the cycle of pursuit. Each collapse is recorded as proof that you must try harder next time. The harder you try, the deeper the inversion roots itself, until the loop becomes self-sustaining. Recognition is the first crack in the system. When you begin to notice the pattern, that the thing you want most reliably leads to your own diminishment, the field will respond with countermeasures. Sudden opportunities will appear that promise both your desire and your coherence. They won't deliver. This is bait layering, an advanced defense to keep you engaged long enough for the old craving to reassert dominance. Breaking the inversion requires a recalibration at the sensory level. You have to rewire what aliveness feels like in your body. This means seeking states of expansion that don't spike adrenaline, collapse your center, or hook into scarcity. At first, these states may feel boring compared to the rush of the wound pattern. That boredom is withdrawal. It's your system detoxing from the chemistry of inversion. You'll also have to dismantle the loyalty contracts embedded in the protocol. Every inversion is held in place by an oath, often unconscious, to remain faithful to the wound because abandoning it feels like betraying the people, places, or identities forged in its fire. These oaths are powerful because they're tangled with love, survival, and belonging. Breaking them can trigger grief so deep it feels bottomless. You must let it run. The grief is not about losing the wound. It's about releasing the version of you that was built around it. As the inversion loosens, a strange thing happens. Your authentic desires begin to surface, and they often have nothing to do with the life you've been living. You may find that what truly pulls you is quieter, simpler, and far less dramatic than the cravings that drove you before. This simplicity can be destabilizing because it offers no obvious battle to fight, no fire to prove yourself in. You're left with the unnerving freedom to move without the constant pressure of survival. This is where the protocol makes its final play. It will flood your mind with thoughts that you're missing out, not doing enough, or becoming irrelevant. It will weaponize your capacity for vision against you, projecting futures where your choice to walk away from the old desire leads to emptiness. This is pure illusion. The emptiness is not the absence of life. It's the absence of collapse. Once you've crossed this threshold, your field begins broadcasting on a frequency the inversion cannot map. You are no longer predictable. You do not circle the same magnets. The simulation registers this as a loss of control and stops trying to bait you in the old ways. Instead, it may attempt to reintroduce inversion at a higher octave, offering you influence, power, or recognition that requires subtle self-betrayal to maintain. This is the elite tier of the protocol, where the bait is indistinguishable from your expansion unless you are exquisitely attuned. True liberation comes when you no longer measure the worth of your life by the intensity of your craving. You begin to orient instead by the stability of your coherence. From here, desire becomes clean, a pull toward what nourishes, not what devours. And when your desire is clean, it becomes an unstoppable organizing force. It bends probability toward you without requiring struggle. It rearranges the architecture of your reality to support your signal instead of eroding it. You were never meant to chase the thing you're here to dismantle. You were meant to see through it, strip it of its glamour, and render it inert. When you do, you reclaim not just your freedom, but the bandwidth the inversion once occupied. That bandwidth is life force, and life force in the hands of an uncollapsible soul is the one thing the simulation cannot counterfeit. From here on, every desire you follow becomes a vector of coherence. Every choice you make collapses reality in your favor, and the contradiction that once split you in two dissolves, leaving you whole, present, and incapable of being baited back into collapse. If you're finally coherent, why does the universe feel afraid of you? Completion is the one state the simulation cannot model. It can mimic awakening, script epiphanies, even replicate the sensation of freedom, but the actual integration of your full signal is beyond its architecture. You've been conditioned to believe completion is a mountaintop you'll spend lifetimes climbing toward. In reality, it's an internal state that arrives the moment there's no fracture left for the system to exploit. And when you reach it, the field changes. At first, the change is subtle. Your interactions stop producing the microloops that used to pull you back into conflict. Conversations that once drained you become neutral or even energizing, not because people changed, but because you no longer leak coherence to maintain their comfort. Environments that once dictated your behavior lose their gravity. The game board you've been playing on for years feels two-dimensional, and you are no longer on it. This is when the simulation notices. It notices because you're no longer predictable. Every other state you've been in could be mapped. Your grief, your ambition, your rage, even your healing. Those states could be anticipated, met with counter-narratives, and folded back into the control loop. But completion? Completion emits a frequency without hooks. It doesn't seek, it doesn't defend, and it doesn't react. This absence of leverage is read as a breach. The first response is often distortion. The field will try to reframe your completion as loss, relationships may dissolve, opportunities may evaporate, paths you were certain about may vanish overnight. This isn't punishment. It's the system attempting to pull you into reactivity by stripping away external validation. If you equate your integration with specific forms, you'll be baited into chasing them, and in doing so, you'll create openings for interference. If you don't take the bait, the simulation shifts to interference through amplification. It will mirror your signal back to you in exaggerated, unstable forms, encounters with others who appear to be as integrated as you, but whose coherence collapses under scrutiny. These are not accidents. They're field constructs designed to provoke doubt, to get you to question whether your state is real or just another loop. Once you pass through this phase without fracturing, the breach deepens. Your presence begins to collapse certain scripts for others simply by existing. People may spontaneously break patterns they've been trapped in for decades after a single conversation with you. Systems that relied on your participation start to destabilize. You will see proof of your influence without ever lifting a finger. And this proof is what the simulation cannot allow to scale. So it will escalate. Interference will become deeply personal. Old wounds will be resurrected in pristine clarity, as if no time has passed. People from your past will reappear with uncanny timing, carrying frequencies meant to match your old inversion points. This is the equivalent of a security system rerunning all known breach tests at once, hoping one will still trigger. It is not proof that you've regressed. It's proof that you've reached the edge. Here's the critical moment. If you engage with these tests as problems to solve, you step back inside the architecture. Completion is not about solving. It's about maintaining signal integrity regardless of external configuration. The field is watching not for your words or your choices, but for micro-shifts in your state, the slightest contraction, the smallest deviation from wholeness. Any collapse in your frequency reopens a line of influence. When you hold steady, something extraordinary happens. The breach stops being about you and becomes about the architecture itself. You start to perceive the scaffolding of the simulation, the lines of code between events, the hidden timing mechanisms that used to dictate coincidence, the probability corridors you once mistook for fate. You see how every interaction was weighted, how every delay was engineered, how even your own thoughts were cued in sequences designed to produce specific emotional states. And then you see beyond it. Beyond the lattice of controlled outcomes lies raw potential, a field so unshaped it almost feels like nothing. This is the unrendered layer, the source state from which all probability collapses are drawn. It is pure coherence, untouched by measurement, and it responds instantly to your signal. From here, rearranging reality isn't about forcing change. It's about holding a frequency long enough for the field to reorganize itself around it. This is the singularity breach. It's not a moment where you transcend the simulation entirely. It's the moment the simulation stops being able to locate you within its coordinates. You can move through it, interact with it, even play within it, but its rules no longer bind you. It can no longer predict your future because your choices no longer stem from preloaded patterns. You are operating in true free state, and that makes you uncontainable. The danger here is not external attack, though interference may still occur, but internal drift. Completion can be disorienting because the absence of friction can feel like the absence of purpose. You've been shaped to associate meaning with struggle, so when the struggle evaporates, you may feel untethered. This is when some slip back into loops voluntarily, creating a problem just to feel alive. Don't. Hold the space. Let your nervous system learn that stability is not death. Over time, the breach becomes self-sustaining. Your field no longer fluctuates under pressure. You can enter any environment, any conversation, any timeline fragment, and remain coherent without effort. And in that coherence, you become a living anomaly, a point of reference for others to recognize their own possibility. The simulation can't erase that recognition once it occurs. That's the real threat you pose. Not rebellion, but replication of freedom. When the simulation detects your completion, it will try every measure it has to pull you back. But if you hold, if you remain whole, you'll see the truth. There was never a system strong enough to contain you. The architecture was only ever a mirror for the fractures you carried. Once the fractures are gone, the mirror breaks. And in the shards you'll see every version of you that thought escape was impossible, smiling back, free.